I'm 34 years old now, and I've spent most of my adult life working as a land surveyor. I'm used to the quiet. I'm used to the way the wind sounds when it's pushing through the pines in the high desert, and I'm used to the absolute, crushing weight of a night where the nearest streetlight is 60 miles away. But there is a specific kind of silence that I haven't been able to stomach since the autumn of 2018. It's the silence that feels heavy, like the air has turned into something thick and pressurized, waiting for a single vibration to crack it open. Back then, I was younger, dumber, and possessed that particular brand of arrogance that comes with being comfortable in the wilderness. I had taken a contract to survey a private parcel of land in the northern reaches of the Cascades. It was a beautiful, jagged piece of earth, but it was remote. To get there, you had to leave the paved road, then the gravel road, and eventually, you just followed a set of overgrown logging ruts until your truck couldn't go any further. From there, it was a 3-mile hike into a valley that felt like it had been forgotten by the rest of the world. I wasn't supposed to stay overnight, but I'd been chasing a property marker that hadn't been serviced since the late 40s, and I'd lost track of the light. By the time I realized the sun was dropping behind the peaks, the temperature had plummeted 20 degrees. The fog started rolling in thick gray ribbons of it that ate the forest floor. Hiking back through those logging ruts in the dark, with a heavy pack and a failing flashlight, was a recipe for a broken ankle. I decided to hunker down in an old, abandoned trapper's cabin I'd passed on the way in. It was a mistake. I knew at the moment I stepped over the threshold, but I let my rational mind overrule my gut. I told myself it was just a building, just wood and dust. The cabin was small, maybe 12 by 12. The roof was mostly intact, which was a miracle, but the windows were gone, leaving jagged empty frames that stared out into the encroaching blackness. I didn't have a sleeping bag, just a heavy emergency blanket and my work jacket. I also didn't have a lantern. What I did have, tucked in the bottom of my pack from a previous trip, was a single, thick emergency candle and a box of Strike Anywhere matches. I set the candle on a rough-hewn table in the center of the room. When I struck the match, the sound was like a gunshot in the stagnant air. The flame took hold, and for a moment the world felt okay again. The light cast long, dancing shadows against the log walls, carving out a small sanctuary of warmth against the freezing fog outside. I sat there, eating a lukewarm protein bar, listening to the cabin creak as it settled into the cold. That was when the first anomaly happened. It was small, so small that I almost convinced myself I'd imagined it. The air in the cabin was dead still. There were no drafts coming through the window frames at that particular moment. The fog was sitting heavy and motionless outside. Yet the candle flame suddenly flattened. It didn't flicker or dance. It bent horizontally, as if someone had leaned over my shoulder and exhaled a slow, steady stream of air directly onto the wick. I froze the protein bar halfway to my mouth. I didn't breathe. I watched that flame. It stayed bent for 3 long seconds before snapping back to a perfect vertical point. My heart gave a singular, heavy thud against my ribs. I looked around the room, my eyes straining against the shadows. There was nothing, just the peeling bark on the logs and the dust motes dancing in the yellow light. Just the pressure changing, I whispered to myself. My voice sounded thin, strange, and entirely too loud. I needed to hear it, though. I needed to remind myself that I was a rational man in a rational world. But the seed of dread had been planted, and in that high-altitude silence, it began to grow. I tried to settle into a corner of the room, wrapping the crinkling emergency blanket around my shoulders. The foil-like material made a racket every time I moved, which felt like a shield in itself. If I could hear myself, I couldn't hear whatever else might be out there. I closed my eyes, telling myself I just needed to make it 6 hours until the first light of dawn. I must have drifted into a light, nervous sleep because I woke up to a sound that didn't belong in the woods. It wasn't the snap of a twig or the hoot of an owl. It was a rhythmic, metallic tapping. Clink, clink, clink. I opened my eyes. The candle was still burning, though it had melted down significantly. The light was dimmer now, the shadows longer. I looked toward the source of the sound. My surveying tripod was leaning against the far wall. Hanging from one of the adjustment knobs was my brass plumb bob on a string. It was swinging. It wasn't just vibrating from a breeze. It was swinging in a wide, deliberate arc, hitting the metal leg of the tripod with every pass. Clink, clink. There was no wind. I looked at the open window frames. The fog was pressed right up against the house like a physical wall, unmoving. My stomach did a slow, nauseating flip. I watched that brass weight defy physics for a moment before I lunged forward and grabbed it, silencing the metal. The string was warm. Not sat in the sun warm. It was late October and well below freezing, but held in a human hand warm. I pulled my hand back as if I'd been burned. I stood in the center of the room, my breath coming in short, jagged bursts. "Who's there?" I shouted. No answer, only the sound of the fog dripping off the eaves of the roof. I went to the window, my hands shaking as I gripped the rotted sill. I peered out into the gray soup. I expected to see a person, maybe a hiker playing a prank or a squatter trying to scare me off. But there was nothing but the white-gray void of the mist. Then I heard it. It wasn't a shout or a scream. It was a whisper. It didn't come from outside, and it didn't come from the corners of the room. It felt like it came from right beside my ear, so close I could almost feel the phantom warmth of breath on my skin. "You're still here," the voice said. It was flat. It had no inflection, no rasp, no emotion. It sounded like a recording played at the wrong speed, or a person who had forgotten how to use their vocal cords. It was the most unnatural sound I had ever heard. I spun around, knocking the candle over. The flame sputtered, nearly dying, before I frantically righted it. The room was empty. I was alone. I knew I was alone, and yet the air felt crowded. I began to rationalize again, but it was harder this time. Auditory hallucination, I thought. Hypnagogic jerk. Carbon monoxide. No, the cabin was too drafty for gas to build up. I was exhausted, stressed, and cold. My brain was misinterpreting the wind or the settling wood. But then I looked at the table. When I had righted the candle, I'd cleared a small circle of dust on the wood. Now, in that fresh layer of soot and wax spill, there was a mark. It wasn't a footprint or a handprint. It was a word, traced in the dust by a single, narrow finger. Run. The letters were sharp and precise. They hadn't been there 2 minutes ago. My heart wasn't just beating now. It was hammering against my sternum with such force it hurt. The logic shattered. There was no wind that could write a word in the dust. There was no exhaustion that could create a physical indentation on a table I was looking right at. I wasn't alone. Something was in the room with me, something that didn't displace the air, something that didn't have a reflection, but something that could touch my tools and speak into my ear. I didn't think. I didn't plan. I grabbed my heavy work boots and shoved my feet into them, not even bothering to lace them up. I snatched my pack, but my hands were shaking so violently I dropped it twice. Every second I spent bent over with my back to the room felt like an eternity. I felt a coldness creeping up my spine, a primal, lizard brain instinct screaming at me that something was reaching out for the back of my neck. I bolted for the door, but as my hand hit the latch, it wouldn't budge. It wasn't locked. There wasn't even a lock on the door. It felt like someone was holding it shut from the other side with immense strength. I threw my shoulder into it, sobbing now, the panic finally breaking through my professional exterior. "Let me out," I yelled. The voice came again, this time from the center of the room, right where the candle sat. "The light is almost gone, David." It used my name. I had never felt a terror like that. It was a cold, soul-extinguishing fear that turned my blood to ice. I hadn't told anyone where I was going specifically, and I certainly hadn't introduced myself to the empty air. I turned around, my back against the door, staring at the candle. The flame was turning blue. It was shrinking, receding into the wick. As the light dimmed, the shadows in the corners of the room began to stretch and grow, moving toward the center like spilled ink. They weren't just shadows anymore. They had volume. They were three-dimensional shapes of pure blackness, darker than the night outside. I looked at the window, my only other way out. I scrambled over the table, knocking the candle to the floor. It didn't go out. It rolled into a corner, casting a flickering, dying glow upward. In that final strobing light, I saw it. It was standing in the corner opposite the candle. It wasn't a man. It was too tall, its limbs too long and jointed in ways that made my stomach turn. It didn't have a face, just a smooth, pale surface where features should be, like skin stretched tight over a skull with no holes. It was wearing a tattered coat that looked like it was made of the same gray fog that choked the valley outside. It didn't move toward me. It just stood there, its long, spindly fingers twitching at its sides. "Don't be afraid," it whispered, the voice vibrating in the very marrow of my bones. "It only hurts until the light is gone." I didn't wait for it to finish. I dived through the window frame, ignoring the wooden splinters that tore at my palms and chest. I hit the ground hard, rolling into the wet, freezing dirt and fog. I didn't look back. I couldn't. I knew if I looked back and saw it watching me from the window, I would lose my mind entirely. I ran. I ran through the fog, guided only by the memory of the path. I fell, I crawled, I scraped my face on low-hanging branches. Every time the wind hissed through the trees, I heard my name. Every time a branch snapped, I felt those long, pale fingers inches from my heel. I reached my truck by some miracle of adrenaline. I fumbled the keys, dropped them into the mud, screamed, found them, and jammed them into the ignition. As the engine roared to life and the headlights cut through the mist, I saw something in the rearview mirror. A single, flickering light was moving down the logging road behind me. It looked like a candle flame, bobbing in the darkness, moving at a speed no human could run. I shifted into gear and floored it. I didn't stop until I hit the main highway, and even then, I drove until I found a 24-hour diner with bright, humming fluorescent lights and people. Real, breathing, noisy people. I went to the local sheriff the next morning. I told him I'd been harassed by a squatter at the old Miller cabin. I didn't mention the voice. I didn't mention the shadows. He looked at me with a tired, knowing expression that made my skin crawl. "The Miller place?" he asked, sipping his coffee. "Nobody's been up there in 20 years, son. Not since the old man died. He was a surveyor too, you know. They found him in that cabin in '98. Heart failure, they said. But the weird thing was he'd used his last few minutes to light every candle he had. They found dozens of them, all burnt down to the wood." He paused, looking at my bandaged hands. He also wrote a word in the dust on his table. The guys who found him said it looked like he'd spent his last ounce of strength tracing it. "What was the word?" I asked, though I already knew. The sheriff sighed. "Stay." He wrote stay. I guess he didn't want to be alone in the dark. I left the station and I never went back to those mountains. I moved to the plains where you can see for miles in every direction, where the light stays on the horizon for a long time. But even now, years later, I can't have a candle in the house. Because sometimes when the power goes out and the world gets quiet, I feel a draft on the back of my neck. And I know, somewhere in the back of my mind, that the thing in the fog is still waiting for my light to go out. Don't go into the deep woods alone. And if you do, and you find a place that feels like it's holding its breath, don't stop. Don't rest. And for God's sake, don't light a candle. Some things in the dark are just looking for a way to be seen. The engine of my truck didn't just roar, it screamed, a mechanical protest against the jagged, unpaved terrain as I tore away from the valley. I didn't care about the suspension. I didn't care about the oil pan. I only cared about the distance, the beautiful, measurable distance between me and that 12 by 12 box of rotting cedar. Even after I hit the paved state highway and the vibration of the tires smoothed out into a rhythmic hum, I couldn't stop my hands from shaking. I gripped the steering wheel so hard my knuckles turned a ghostly white, mirroring the pale, featureless face I had seen in the corner of the cabin. I drove for 3 hours before I saw the neon sign of a 24-hour diner. It was a greasy spoon called the Rusty Bolt, sitting solitary on a stretch of blacktop that looked like it led to the end of the world. I pulled in, parked crooked across 2 spaces, and sat there for a long time with the engine idling. I needed the noise. I needed the heat. Most of all, I needed the light. The fluorescent tubes buzzing over the gas pumps outside felt like a benediction. When I finally stepped out of the truck, my legs felt like they were made of water. I caught my reflection in the side mirror and didn't recognize the man looking back. My face was streaked with soot and dried blood from the window glass. My hair was matted with the damp needles of the forest floor. I looked like a man who had crawled out of his own grave. Inside the diner, the air smelled of burnt coffee and old grease. It was the most wonderful smell I had ever encountered. There were 2 other people inside, a trucker buried in a newspaper and a waitress with a tired smile who was wiping down the counter. They looked up as I entered, and for a second, I saw a flash of concern in the woman's eyes. "Honey, you look like you went 10 rounds with a bear," she said, her voice a gravelly, comforting alto. "Just a rough night in the woods," I managed to say. My voice was a rasp, a dry echo of the terror I just fled. I slid into a booth, one directly under a bright, humming light fixture, and ordered black coffee. I drank 3 cups before my heart rate finally dropped below a sprint. It was in that diner, under the safe, artificial glare of the 1980s decor, that the reality of what happened began to warp. The human brain is a resilient, stubborn thing. It hates the impossible. It loathes the supernatural. By the time the sun began to bleed a pale, sickly orange over the eastern horizon, I was already trying to dismantle the night. I told myself the word in the dust was just a trick of the grain and my own panicked imagination. I told myself the figure was a projection of shadows caused by the flickering candle and the encroaching fog. The voice, auditory exclusion brought on by a spike in cortisol. I was a surveyor. I dealt in angles, degrees, and physical markers. I dealt in the tangible world. I couldn't afford to believe in ghosts. But then I reached into my pocket to pay for the coffee. My fingers brushed against something cold and hard. I pulled it out, expecting to see my keys or a stray hex nut from my equipment. Instead, laying in the palm of my hand was a small, jagged splinter of gray wood. It was cedar. It was a piece of the windowsill I had dived through, and stuck to the wood, caught in a rough groove of the grain, was a single, long strand of hair. It wasn't human hair. It was too thick, like a fishing line, and it was a translucent, milky white. It felt oily to the touch, and as I held it under the diner light, it didn't reflect the glow. It seemed to absorb it, as if the strand itself were a vacuum. I dropped the wood on the table and wiped my hand on my jeans, a sudden, violent revulsion rising in my throat. The waitress came by to refill my cup, her eyes lingering on the splinter. "You okay, sugar? You're shaking again." "Fine," I snapped, then immediately softened. "Sorry, I think I left some gear up there, important gear." She leaned against the counter, her eyes drifting toward the window, looking out at the mountains I had just escaped. The Cascade stood like a wall of dark teeth against the morning sky. "People lose things up there all the time," she said softly. "Sometimes they lose their way. Sometimes they lose their minds. My daddy used to say that valley was thin, like the curtain between here and whatever's next got snagged on the peaks and tore open." I didn't ask her what she meant. I didn't want to know. I paid my bill, left a $20 tip, and walked out into the morning light. I didn't go back to the office in Seattle. I drove straight to my apartment, showered until the water turned cold, and slept for 14 hours. When I woke up, the sun was setting again. The sight of the shadows lengthening across my bedroom floor sent a jolt of pure adrenaline through me. I jumped out of bed and flipped every switch in the flat. Kitchen, bathroom, hallway. I even turned on the light in the back of the closet. I spent the next 3 days in a state of hypervigilance. I told my boss I'd come down with a severe case of the flu and needed a week off. I didn't tell him I'd left a $3,000 tripod and a brass plumb bob in an abandoned cabin. I figured I'd just pay for them out of my own pocket. Anything was better than going back. On the fourth night, the silence of the city began to feel like the silence of the woods. It was a Friday, and the usual street noise of sirens and distant shouting was muffled by a heavy, unseasonal mist that had rolled in off the sound. I was sitting on my sofa, the television blaring a mindless sitcom to fill the air, when the first flicker happened. It was just a dip in the voltage. The lamp beside me dimmed for a fraction of a second, then returned to full brightness. It was common in my old building. I ignored it. Then it happened again. This time, the TV screen went black for a full 3 seconds before the picture returned. I sat up, my remote clutched in my hand like a weapon. "It's just the fog," I whispered. "The moisture is messing with the transformers." Then I heard the sound. Clink, clink, clink. It was faint, coming from the hallway by my front door. It was a rhythmic, metallic tapping. My heart, which had finally found a steady rhythm over the last few days, skipped a beat and then began to gallop. I stood up, my eyes fixed on the hallway. I didn't have a tripod in my apartment. I didn't have a plumb bob. I walked toward the door, my footsteps heavy on the hardwood. The tapping stopped the moment I reached the hallway. I stood there, listening to the hum of the refrigerator and the distant sound of a car horn. Then, I looked down at the floor. There, sitting on the rug just inside the door, was my brass plumb bob. The string was still attached, but it wasn't the nylon cord I'd used for years. It was a long, translucent, milky white strand. It looked like the hair I'd found on the splinter in the diner. I backed away, my breath hitching in my chest. "No," I breathed. "No, no, no." I hadn't brought it home. I had left it there. I had grabbed it in the cabin to stop the swinging, but I had dropped it when the voice spoke. I remembered the sound of it hitting the floor. I looked at the door. The deadbolt was thrown. The chain was on. No one could have come in. I looked back at the plumb bob. The brass was tarnished, covered in a layer of fine gray dust. I reached out, my hand trembling, and hovered my fingers an inch above it. I didn't touch it, but I could feel the heat radiating off it. It was that same unnatural, feverish warmth. Suddenly, the lights in the hallway didn't just flicker, they died. The darkness was instantaneous and absolute. In the city, you never truly experience total darkness. There's always the orange glow of streetlights or the hum of a neighbor's window. But this was the darkness of the cabin. It was thick. It was pressurized. It felt like it was trying to push its way into my lungs. I scrambled back toward the living room, reaching for the lamp, but the power was out there too. The only light came from the window, where the city fog was pressed against the glass, glowing with a dull, sickly gray luminescence. I fumbled on the coffee table for my phone. My fingers found the cold glass, and I swiped frantically to turn on the flashlight. The beam cut through the dark, a narrow, shaking cone of white light. I swept the room with the beam. The sofa, the TV, the bookshelf, everything looked normal. Then I turned the light toward the kitchen. Sitting on my small dining table was a single, thick emergency candle. I hadn't put it there. I didn't even own any candles. I had thrown the one from the cabin away, or rather, I had left it to burn out in the dirt. But there it was, standing upright in the center of the table, its wick charred and black. Beside it lay a single box of Strike Anywhere matches. My phone's battery indicator flashed red, 5% remaining. The panic, which had been a low-level hum for days, exploded into a deafening roar. I ran for the front door, my thumbs fumbling with the deadbolt. I pulled, but the door didn't move. It was as if the frame had fused with the wall. I threw my weight against it, screaming for help, pounding on the wood until my fists were bruised. "Help someone, open the door." Behind me, in the kitchen, I heard the distinct, sharp asterisk scritch of a match being struck. I froze. I didn't want to turn around. I wanted to die right there with my face pressed against the door before I had to see what was in the room. But the instinct to know, the surveyor's need to see the terrain, was too strong. I turned my head slowly. The candle was lit. The flame was small, a tiny point of orange in the vast blackness of my apartment. It didn't flicker. It sat perfectly still, casting long, distorted shadows that stretched across the ceiling like skeletal fingers. And there, sitting at my table, was the shape. It was hunched over, its two long limbs folded awkwardly like a praying mantis. It was wearing that same tattered, fog-colored coat. Its back was to me, but I could see its hands resting on the table. The fingers were impossibly long, the skin pale and translucent, stretched so tight over the knuckles that the bone threatened to poke through. It was holding a pencil, my pencil, the one I kept by the phone. It was writing on a piece of scrap paper, the lead scratching against the surface with a sound like teeth on bone. I couldn't move. I couldn't scream. I just watched as the thing finished its task and slowly, agonizingly began to turn its head. It didn't have a neck. Its entire torso shifted as it rotated. The smooth, featureless face came into view, tilted at an unnatural angle. Even without eyes, I knew it was looking at me. I could feel its gaze like a physical weight pressing against my forehead. "You forgot your tools, David," the voice whispered. It didn't come from the figure's mouth. It didn't have a mouth. It vibrated inside my own skull, a cold, resonant frequency that made my teeth ache. The phone in my hand vibrated once and died. The flashlight vanished. Now the only light in the world was that single, dying candle. The figure stood up. It was so tall that its head brushed the ceiling, the pale skin of its scalp scraping against the plaster. It began to move toward me, not by walking, but by a series of jerky, staccato twitches, as if it were being moved by a clumsy puppeteer. "The light is so heavy," it whispered. "Let us help you carry it." I backed away, tripping over the rug, falling hard onto my tailbone. I scrambled toward the window, thinking I'd rather fall 4 stories to the pavement than let those fingers touch me. But as I reached the glass, I saw that the city was gone. There were no streetlights. There were no buildings across the way. There was only the fog, and beyond it, the dark, jagged silhouettes of the Cascades. My apartment wasn't in Seattle anymore. The window frames were no longer aluminum. They were rotted, jagged cedar. I was back in the cabin. I looked at the table in the center of the room. The candle was there, and the paper. The figure was gone, but the air was thick with the scent of ozone and wet earth. I crawled to the table, my breath coming in ragged sobs. I reached for the paper, my hand shaking so hard I nearly knocked the candle over. On the paper, in my own handwriting, or a perfect, soulless imitation of it, were the coordinates for the property I had been surveying. And below them, a single sentence. "The markers are not for the land. They are for the things that live beneath it." The candle flame suddenly flattened. It bent horizontally, pointing directly at the open door of the cabin. I looked out into the night. The fog was parting, revealing a trail of small, flickering lights, hundreds of them stretching deep into the woods. They weren't torches. They weren't flashlights. They were candles held by shapes that moved with that same jerky, unnatural gait. And they were all coming toward the cabin. I realized then that the sheriff had been wrong. The old man hadn't written "stay" because he was lonely. He hadn't lit the candles to keep the dark away. He had lit them as an invitation. The first of them reached the threshold. It was a woman, or what had once been a woman. Her clothes were from the 1940s, tattered and gray. Her face was the same smooth, featureless mask as the thing I had seen before. She held a candle in her spindly fingers, and as she stepped into the room, she leaned toward me. "Is it your turn to watch the light?" she whispered. I backed into the corner, the emergency blanket crinkling around me, a useless shield against the encroaching tide. I looked at the candle on the table. It was almost gone. The wax was a puddle, the wick a drowning nub. As the flame gave one final, desperate leap before vanishing into the dark, I felt a cold, dry hand close around my ankle. "Don't worry, David," the voices whispered in unison, a chorus of 1,000 dead years. "It only hurts until the light is gone." The candle flickered, and then I heard nothing at all. The cold that followed the extinguishing of the candle was not the cold of a winter night. It was the cold of deep space, a vacuum that sucked the very breath from my lungs. The hand on my ankle didn't squeeze. It simply existed there, a weight of absolute stillness that felt like it was merging with my own flesh. I tried to kick, to thrash, to scream, but my body felt like it was being encased in setting concrete. The darkness wasn't just an absence of light. It was a physical substance, thick and oily, pressing into my eyes and ears. Then the sensation of the floor vanished. I didn't fall. I drifted. The rotted cedar planks of the cabin, the smell of the old grease from the diner, the hum of my Seattle apartment, all of it dissolved into a singular, crushing vibration. I felt the sensation of movement, a violent, sickening lurch as if I were being dragged through a hole too small for a human body. My joints popped. My skin felt as though it were being peeled back by 1,000 tiny, frozen needles. And then there was light. It wasn't the sun. It wasn't a candle. It was a pale, bioluminescent glow that seemed to emanate from the very air itself. I was lying on a surface that felt like polished bone, cold, smooth, and slightly curved. I rolled onto my stomach, gasping for air, and realized I wasn't in the cabin anymore. I wasn't in the mountains. I was inside something. The space was vast, a cathedral of ribbed, translucent stone that arched hundreds of feet above me. It looked like the interior of a giant's ribcage, bleached white and shimmering with a faint, rhythmic pulse. And everywhere I looked, there were markers. My brass plumb bob was there, hanging from a rib high above, swinging in a wind I couldn't feel. My tripod stood nearby, its legs elongated and twisted into shapes that defied geometry. But it wasn't just my gear. There were thousands of items, surveying chains from the 1800s, rusted compasses, leather-bound transit books, and modern GPS arrays. All of them were arranged in a perfect, terrifying grid that stretched into the misty distance. "You're a surveyor, David," a voice said. It didn't come from the air. It came from the ground beneath me. I scrambled to my feet, my heart hammering against my ribs. Standing 20 feet away was the man in the fog-colored coat. Up close, in this pale light, he didn't look like a monster. He looked like a map. His skin was covered in fine, blue lines, latitudes, longitudes, contour intervals. They shifted and flowed across his limbs like ink in water. Where his face should have been, there was a topographical rendering of the valley I had just fled, the peaks and valleys rising and falling as he spoke. "The world is a messy thing," the map man said, his voice now a calm, academic drone. "It shifts, it grows, it forgets its boundaries. We are the ones who hold the lines. We are the ones who ensure that here stays here and there stays there." "What are you?" I whispered, my voice sounding thin and brittle in the vast chamber. "We are the memory of the land," he replied. He stepped forward, his movements no longer jerky but fluid, like a shadow passing over a hill. Every time a man drives a stake into the earth and says, "This belongs to me," he creates a tear. He thinks he is measuring soil, but he is measuring us. And when you measure something, David, you become part of it. He reached out a hand, and I saw that his fingers were tipped with the same translucent fishing line hair I had found in the diner. The old man in the cabin, he was a good watcher. He kept the light for 40 years. He kept the boundaries sharp. But the light eventually fails. It always fails. I looked around the chamber, realization dawning like a cold sweat. The lights I saw in the woods, the people with the candles. The watchers, the map man said. Those who saw too much and could no longer live in the blur above. They are the anchors. Without them, the mountains would slide into the sea. The forests would walk. The fog would never lift. He gestured to a space in the grid, an empty spot between a rusted 19th century theodolite and a pile of moss-covered boundary stones. "Your predecessor left a gap, David. The valley is beginning to bleed. You saw it yourself. The thin places, the voices in the wind. That is the world losing its shape because no one is there to define it." "I won't do it," I said, backing away. "I'm going back. I have a life. I have a job." The map man's face, the topography of the Cascades, rippled. A deep canyon formed where a mouth might be. "You have already begun. You felt the draft. You heard the word. You found the hair. You are already mapped, David. Your coordinates are fixed." He raised his hand, and the bioluminescent glow of the chamber intensified until it was blinding. I felt a sudden, sharp pain in my chest, right over my heart. I looked down and saw a blue line beginning to etch itself into my skin. It was a property line. It was the exact boundary of the lot I had been sent to survey. "No," I screamed, clawing at my shirt, trying to rub the mark away. But it was under the skin, glowing with a steady, pulsing heat. "The candle is a test," the map man continued, his voice fading as if he were moving miles away. "If you can keep it lit, you remain the master of the light. If it goes out, the light masters you. You failed the test in the cabin. You failed it in the apartment. Now you must serve the darkness that you invited in." The chamber began to dissolve. The white ribs turned into swirling mist. The floor of bone became the damp needles of the forest floor. I felt the weight of the heavy, fog-colored coat settle onto my shoulders. It felt like lead, like wet earth, like the history of 1,000 forgotten miles. I was standing in front of the cabin. The sun was gone. The moon was hidden behind a thick gray veil. The woods were silent, holding their breath. I looked down at my hands. They were pale, the skin stretched tight over the knuckles. My fingers felt long, too long. I reached into the pocket of the coat and pulled out a box of matches and a single, thick candle. I didn't want to light it. Every fiber of my being screamed to run, to head for the highway, to find the rusty bolt and the waitress with the gravelly voice. But as I turned toward the trail, I saw them. The shapes. They were standing in the trees, hundreds of them. They were featureless, pale, and waiting. They weren't attacking. They were drifting. Without a point of reference, without a marker, they were simply spilling out of the earth like an uncontained liquid. I saw a house in the distance, a small farmhouse I hadn't noticed before, and I watched as the fog began to erase its walls, the structure blurring into the trees as if it had never existed. If I didn't stay, if I didn't mark this place, the world would simply unmake itself. I walked back into the cabin. The 12x12 box felt different now. It didn't feel like a trap. It felt like a cockpit. It was the center of the world. I sat at the table. I picked up the pencil. I looked at the scrap of paper. The markers are not for the land. They are for the things that live beneath it. I understood now. The things weren't monsters. They were the raw, chaotic forces of a world that didn't want to be measured. They were the entropy that lived in the heart of every mountain, and I was the dam. I was the surveyor. I struck a match. The flame flared to life, and for a moment the cabin was filled with a warm, golden glow. The shapes in the woods retreated. The farmhouse in the distance regained its sharp edges. The world snapped back into focus, hard and defined. But as I watched the flame, I felt the draft on the back of my neck. I looked at my reflection in the dark window glass. My face was gone. In its place was a map, a perfect, shifting rendering of the section of forest I was now sworn to protect. I saw the creek where I'd tripped. I saw the cliff where I'd parked my truck. I saw the tiny, blinking dot that was the cabin. I picked up the plumb bob, the one with the string made of milky white hair, and let it hang over the center of the table. It didn't swing. It pointed straight down, toward the center of the earth, anchoring me to this spot. I began to write. I recorded the temperature. I recorded the barometric pressure. I recorded the exact distance between the cabin door and the oldest cedar tree. I turned the chaos into numbers. I turned the nightmare into a ledger. Hours passed, or maybe years. Time doesn't work the same way when you're the one holding the line. Every now and then I hear a sound outside, a scratching on the wood, a whisper in the fog. Sometimes a hiker wanders too deep into the valley. I see them through the window, young, vibrant, and full of the above world. They look at the cabin with fear. They see the flickering light and they run. I want to call out to them. I want to tell them to stay, to help me carry the weight of the light. But I know what happens when they come inside. I know the price of the candle. So I stay silent. I keep my back to the door. I watch the flame. But tonight is different. Tonight, the wind is howling with a ferocity I haven't felt since I first arrived. The fog isn't just pressing against the glass. It's seeping through the cracks in the cedar. It smells of ozone and old, wet earth. And the candle is burning down. I've searched the cabin, but there are no more matches. There are no more candles. The map man hasn't returned. The grid is shifting. I can feel the blue lines on my skin beginning to fade, the ink running like tears. The plumb bob has started to swing. It's a slow, rhythmic motion. Clink, clink, clink. It hits the side of the table with the sound of a ticking clock. Outside, the shapes are moving closer. They aren't waiting anymore. They can smell the end of my watch. They can see the wick drowning in the wax. I look at the paper in front of me. My handwriting is becoming shaky, the letters blurring into the grain of the wood. I try to write one last coordinate, one last marker to hold the valley in place, but my fingers won't obey. They are becoming translucent. They are turning into fog. The flame is a tiny blue ghost now. It's shivering. Is it my turn? A voice whispers. I look up. Standing in the corner of the room is a man. He's wearing a bright orange surveyor's vest. He has a modern GPS unit clipped to his belt. He looks exhausted, his face streaked with soot and dried blood. He looks exactly like I did the night I dived through the window. He's holding a flashlight, but the batteries are dying. The beam is a dim, yellow smudge in the growing dark. Who's there? He asks, his voice trembling. I saw the light. I got lost. My truck broke down. I try to speak, but my mouth is just a canyon in a map of a place that no longer exists. I want to tell him to run. I want to tell him to let the dark win, because the alternative is 1,000 years of watching a flickering wick. But the map man's voice echoes in my head, cold and inevitable. The world needs its anchors. I reach out my long, spindly hand. I pick up the dying candle. The man in the orange vest steps closer, drawn by the last spark of heat in the room. He's shivering. He's looking for a way to be seen. Here, I whisper, the sound vibrating inside his skull. Take it, it's so heavy. Let us help you carry it. I hand him the candle. As his fingers touch the wax, the flame gives one final, violent leap. In that flash of light, I see his face change. I see the blue lines begin to etch themselves into his forehead. I see the topography of the valley rising under his skin. And I feel light. I feel the weight of the cedar coat vanish. I feel the cold of the floor disappear. I am no longer a surveyor. I am no longer a map. I am the fog. I am the draft on the back of the neck. I am the voice in the wind. I step through the wall of the cabin, not through a door, but through the space between the atoms of the wood. I am outside now, standing among the hundreds of others. We are a sea of gray, a tide of featureless faces, waiting at the edge of the light. The man in the orange vest sits at the table. He picks up the pencil. He looks at the plumb bob. I lean toward the window, my translucent fingers pressing against the glass. I watch as he strikes his first match. I watch as he begins to measure the dark. "Don't go into the deep woods alone," I whisper, though he cannot hear me. "And if you do, and you find a place that feels like it's holding its breath, don't stop, don't rest." I turn away from the cabin, drifting into the trees. The mountains are tall, the woods are deep, and the light is so very, very small. And for God's sake, I hiss into the cold, silent night, don't light a candle. Because now I am one of the things looking for a way to be seen, and I am very, very hungry for the light. The hunger was not like the craving for food. It was an ontological void, a hollow space where my history used to be. As I drifted away from the cabin, the wooden walls that had been my sanctuary and my prison became as translucent as dragonflies' wings. I could see the man in the orange vest. His name was Elias. I knew this because the wind told me so, huddled over the table. He was sobbing, his tears hitting the dusty wood with the sound of falling boulders. To him, the cabin was solid, a desperate fortress. To me, it was a smudge of gray intent in a world of shifting static. I moved through the tree line, my feet not touching the needles but passing through them. The sensation was sickening, a constant, buzzing friction as my essence grated against the physical world. I wasn't alone. The others were there, the gray-clad woman from the 1940s, the men in buckskins, the indigenous scouts whose languages had been swallowed by the earth centuries ago. We were a procession of the unmeasured. Without the candle to fix us in a single point of time and space, we were everywhere and nowhere, a smear of consciousness across the valley. "The grid is soft tonight," the woman whispered. She was walking beside me, her tattered floral dress fluttering even though there was no breeze. Her face was a smooth porcelain egg, but I could feel her smile. "He's weak, the new one. He doesn't understand the geometry yet. Look at how the shadows bleed." I looked back. The cabin was pulsing. Every time Elias' hand shook, the cabin's dimensions warped. One moment it was a narrow tower, the next a sprawling shed. He was failing to define the space. Because he couldn't hold the light steady, the reality around him was liquefying. I felt a surge of predatory glee. If he failed, if the flame died before he learned to anchor it, the cabin would dissolve entirely, and he would be cast out into the gray with us. We would huddle around him, pressing our cold, featureless faces against his warm skin, drinking the heat of his blood until he, too, became a map. But the map man appeared. He didn't walk, he simply was. He stood at the edge of the clearing, his body a shimmering topographical projection of the very ridge we stood upon. He looked at Elias through the window, then turned his faceless gaze toward us. "Back," the map man commanded. The word wasn't a sound, it was a tectonic shift. It forced my spectral form backward, pinning me against the trunk of a cedar tree that felt like a pillar of frozen smoke. The transition is not yet complete. The boundary must be maintained. "He's failing," I screamed, or tried to. The sound that came out of me was the screech of a hawk, the grinding of stones in a riverbed. "Let the light go out. Let the valley wake up." "The valley must sleep so the world can wake," the map man replied. He raised a hand, and the blue lines on his skin flared with a blinding, celestial light. Inside the cabin, Elias gasped. He had been on the verge of letting the candle tip over, but the mapman's influence surged through the glass. Elias' hands straightened. His eyes, once wide with terror, began to glaze over with the dull, rhythmic focus of a machine. He picked up the pencil. He began to calculate the slope of the roof. He was beginning to measure. He was beginning to anchor. The woman in the 1940s dress hissed, a sound like steam escaping a pipe. Another watcher, another century of silence. I remember when this valley was a song, David. Before the first chain was stretched across the dirt, it was a song that moved with the seasons. Now it's just a cage made of numbers. I felt a strange, ghostly echo of grief. I remembered my office in Seattle. I remembered the smell of espresso and the blue glow of my dual monitors. I remembered the girl I was supposed to meet for dinner. What was her name? Sarah, Sandra. The name was a handful of sand slipping through my fingers. I tried to picture her face, but all I saw was a plot map, a series of coordinates and property lines. I was losing the ability to perceive anything that hadn't been surveyed. I turned away from the cabin, driven by a restless, frantic energy. If I couldn't have the light of the candle, I would find another light. I began to run. I moved through the forest at a terrifying speed. Trees were no obstacle. I passed through them like a comb through hair, feeling the cold, damp heartwood of ancient firs vibrate against my spine. I was heading for the highway. I wanted to see the headlights. I wanted to stand in the path of a semi-truck and feel the roar of its engine tear through my silence. I reached the edge of the woods where the gravel road met the blacktop. The transition was jarring. The highway was a scar of absolute definition, a line drawn so deeply into the earth that even the fog struggled to erase it. It hummed with the energy of 1,000 travelers, each one a tiny, flickering candle of intent. A car approached, a beat-up Subaru, its headlights yellow and dim in the mist. I stood in the center of the road, my arms spread wide. I wanted to be hit. I wanted the friction of reality to ignite me. The car roared toward me. I saw the driver, a young man, his face illuminated by the green glow of his dashboard. He was singing along to the radio, a muffled thumping of bass that felt like a heartbeat. He didn't see me. He couldn't. I was a thin place, a pocket of low pressure in the atmosphere. As the car passed through me, I felt a momentary, agonizing flash of heat. For a microsecond, I felt the texture of the seat upholstery, the smell of stale French fries, the vibration of the steering column. I felt asterisk alive. But then the car was gone, disappearing into the fog toward the Rusty Bolt Diner, and I was left standing in the dark, colder and emptier than before. The hunger doubled. It was an addiction. I needed to be measured. I needed someone to look at the space I occupied and say, "There, that is a man." I began to follow the road. I knew where it led, the diner, the place where the waitress with the gravelly voice served coffee that tasted like burnt earth. She had seen me. She had looked into my eyes and seen the surveyor. Maybe she could see the ghost. The Rusty Bolt appeared through the gloom like a shipwreck on a fog-bound coast. Its neon sign was buzzing, a sickly pink open that flickered in time with the mapman's pulse. I drifted toward the door. I reached for the handle, but my hand passed through the metal as if it were made of light. I walked through the glass. The interior was exactly as I remembered, yet horribly distorted. The red vinyl booths looked like rows of bloody teeth. The smell of grease was so thick it felt like I was walking through a swamp. And there she was, behind the counter, wiping down the same spot she had been wiping when I first walked in. "Margie," I whispered. The name felt like a stone in my mouth. She didn't look up, she kept scrubbing, but her movements were jerky, unnatural. I realized with a jolt of horror that she wasn't breathing. She was a marker, too. She was the anchor for the diner, just as Elias was the anchor for the cabin. She was part of the grid. "Margie, look at me," I pleaded, leaning over the counter. My face, the map of the Cascades pressed close to hers. She stopped scrubbing, her head tilted to the side, a slow, mechanical motion. She looked through me, her eyes clouded with the same milky cataracts I had seen on the things in the woods. "Orders up," she croaked. Her voice wasn't her own. It was the sound of 1,000 orders, 1,000 years of routine. "Coffee's black, heart's cold. Don't let the light go out, honey." "I'm David," I said, my voice rising to a shriek. "I sat here, I ate the pie. I'm the one who went to the cabin." She reached out a hand, her fingers trembling. For a second, I thought she was going to touch me. I thought she was going to acknowledge the space I occupied. But her hand went to the small, stubby candle sitting next to the cash register. She struck a match. The flame flared. The world shifted. The diner snapped into sharp, painful focus. The smell of grease became a physical weight that crushed me into the floor. The neon sign screamed, and for one beautiful, terrible moment, Margie saw me. Her eyes cleared. She gasped, her hand flying to her mouth. "David, oh Lord David, you didn't stay in the circle." "Help me," I croaked, my form solidifying as the light defined me. I could feel my feet on the linoleum. I could feel the cold draft from the door. "Tell me how to get back. Tell me how to be real again." "You can't go back," she whispered, her voice full of a devastating pity. "Once the land maps you, you're part of the geography. You're a landmark now, David. A warning." "I don't want to be a warning." I grabbed her hand. Her skin was hot, impossibly hot, like a furnace. "I want to go home." "This is home," she said, and her face began to blur again. The candle was burning down with impossible speed, the wax melting in seconds. "We all wanted to go home, but the valley is greedy. It needs its lines. It needs its surveyors." The flame flickered. "Margie, no." "The sheriff's coming, David," she said, her voice fading into the hum of the neon. "He's the one who checks the markers. He's the one who makes sure we stay in our places. Run, David. Run before he puts you on the map for good." The candle died. The diner vanished. I was back in the cold, gray void of the parking lot, but I wasn't alone. A pair of headlights appeared at the end of the road. They weren't the dim yellow lights of the Subaru. They were piercing, blue-white LEDs, cold as Arctic ice. They cut through the fog like a scalpel, defining every pebble, every blade of grass, every tattered fiber of my fog-colored coat. It was the sheriff's cruiser. The car didn't slow down. It accelerated. I tried to move, to drift back into the safety of the trees, but the light was too strong. It pinned me like a butterfly to a board. I was caught in the beam, my essence hardening, my shape becoming fixed. The cruiser screeched to a halt 10 feet away. The door opened. The sheriff stepped out. He looked the same as he had in the diner, heavyset, weary, his uniform pressed and sharp. But as he stepped into the light of his own headlamps, I saw the truth. His badge wasn't silver. It was a compass rose, the needle spinning wildly. His eyes weren't eyes. They were two perfectly level bubbles in a spirit vial. "You're out of your sector, 402, the sheriff said. His voice was the sound of a heavy door locking. "I'm not a number," I snarled, though the words felt hollow. "My name is David Thorne. I'm a surveyor from Seattle." "You were David Thorne," the sheriff corrected, walking toward me. Each step he took sounded like a stake being driven into the earth. "Now you are the boundary marker for Section 12, Township 4. You have drifted 3 miles west of your assigned coordinates. This creates a discrepancy. This creates uncertainty." He reached into his belt and pulled out a heavy iron chain. It was a gunter's chain, an ancient tool for measuring land, but the links were glowing with a dull, rhythmic blue light. "I won't go back to that cabin," I said, backing away. "I won't watch the light for a man who isn't there." "You're not going to the cabin," the sheriff said. He swung the chain. It hissed through the air like a snake. The cabin has a new watcher. You are a different kind of marker. You are the perimeter. He lunged. I tried to turn into fog to let the chain pass through me, but the light from the cruiser was absolute. I was solid. I was measurable. The chain wrapped around my waist. The cold was instantaneous. It wasn't the cold of the void. It was the cold of iron, of law, of the unyielding earth. I fell to my knees, the gravel of the parking lot tearing into my shins. "Please," I gasped. I just wanted to do my job. I just wanted to finish the survey. "The survey is never finished," the sheriff said, hauling on the chain. He began to drag me toward the back of the cruiser. "The earth is always moving. The crust is always shifting. We have to keep measuring, David, over and over, until the end of time." He opened the trunk. It didn't look like a trunk. It looked like a deep, dark well, the bottom lost in shadow. "You're going to the edge," the sheriff said. "The place where the map stops. You're going to be the fence." He threw me in. I fell for a long time. The light of the cruiser became a tiny, distant star, then vanished. I was in a place of absolute silence, absolute darkness. I couldn't move. I couldn't scream. I was a point on a grid. I was a coordinate. Then I felt the earth close around me. I wasn't dead. I was buried, but not in dirt. I was buried in the idea of a border. I could feel the forest above me, the roots of the trees passing through my chest. I could feel the highway a mile to the east. I could feel the cabin 5 miles to the north, where Elias was currently striking a match, his hands shaking as the light flared. I was the line. I felt every footstep that crossed over me. I felt the deer as they bounded over the ridge. I felt the hikers as they paused, a strange shiver running down their spines as they stepped on the spot where I lay. They didn't know why they felt uneasy. They didn't know they were stepping on a man who had become a wall. Hours, days, years, they ceased to matter. I was the constant. I was the boundary. But then something changed. Deep beneath me, in the dark heart of the mountain, I felt a tremor. It wasn't an earthquake. It was a pulse. Something was waking up. Something that had been measured for too long. Something that was tired of being defined by chains and candles and men in fog-colored coats. The earth groaned. The blue lines on my skin, the ones that held me in place, began to crack. I heard a voice. It wasn't the map man's drone or the sheriff's command. It was a voice like the grinding of tectonic plates, a voice that had no words, only a primal, overwhelming hunger for chaos. "The markers are falling," the voice whispered. In the cabin 5 miles away, I felt Elias' grip on the candle falter. I felt the draft blow through the cedar planks. I felt the light flicker once, twice. And then I felt the silence. The line was broken. The anchor was gone. The earth beneath me surged. I wasn't being held anymore. I was being pushed. I was being spat out. I burst through the surface of the forest floor, a shower of needles and dirt flying into the air. I stood up. I wasn't the map anymore. I wasn't the ghost. I was something else. My skin was the color of the moon, and my eyes were 2 black holes where the light went to die. I looked at my hands. They were tipped with long, translucent claws made of the same hair I had found in the diner. I looked toward the cabin. It was gone. In its place was a swirling vortex of fog and shadow, a hole in the world where the unmeasured was pouring through. The map man was there, but he was screaming. His blue lines were being torn from his skin, his topography being rewritten by the chaos of the mountain. The sheriff's cruiser was upside down, its blue-white lights flickering and dying as the forest reclaimed the road. The valley was waking up. I threw back my head and let out a sound that wasn't a scream or a cry. It was a roar of liberation. I began to run toward the highway, toward the rusty bolt, toward the world that thought it was safe because it had been surveyed. I wasn't the surveyor anymore. I was the thing that lived beneath the markers. and I was coming to erase the lines. As I reached the edge of the woods, I saw a car approaching. It was the same Subaru, the same young man, the same muffled thumping of the radio. He didn't see me. He couldn't see the monster I had become. I stepped onto the blacktop. I didn't spread my arms this time. I didn't want to be hit. I wanted to be felt. I reached out a clawed hand and touched the hood of the car as it roared past. The metal screamed. The engine sputtered. The headlights flickered and went out. The car skidded, the tires screeching on the asphalt as the driver struggled to maintain control in the sudden, absolute dark. He came to a halt in the middle of the road, the silence of the forest closing in around him like a shroud. I drifted toward the driver's side window. I leaned close, my breath frosting the glass. Inside, the young man was fumbling for his phone, his hands shaking, his breath coming in ragged sobs. He looked out into the night, his eyes wide with a terror he couldn't name. "Who's there?" he whispered. I didn't answer with words. I simply reached into the pocket of my tattered, fog-colored coat and pulled out a single, thick candle. I tapped on the glass. "Is it your turn to watch the light?" I hissed. I struck a match. The flame flared, and for a moment the road was filled with a warm, golden glow. I saw the young man's face. I saw the way his eyes fixed on the light, the way his fear began to turn into a dull, hypnotic focus. I handed him the candle through the glass. "Don't let it go out," I whispered, my voice a chorus of 1,000 dead years. "It only hurts until the light is gone." I stepped back into the fog, watching as he took the wick between his fingers. I watched as the blue lines began to etch themselves into his skin. I watched as the world around him began to sharpen, to define itself, to become a cage. The survey continues, but this time I'm the one who's drawing the map, and I'm making sure there's no way out. The young man's fingers closed around the wax with a mechanical desperation, his knuckles turning a stark, bloodless white. I watched from the periphery of the light, my new form vibrating with the frequency of the damp earth. To him, I was likely nothing more than a smudge of soot against the windshield, a trick of the peripheral vision, but the weight of the candle was undeniable. It was the only solid thing in a world that had suddenly become fluid and treacherous. As the first blue vein pulsed beneath the skin of his wrist, I felt a sickening jolt of resonance. I wasn't just watching him, I was tethered to him. The map wasn't gone, it had simply inverted. I was the ink now, and he was the paper. I turned away from the Subaru, my movements no longer the frantic, jerky stabs of a man lost in the woods. I moved with a predatory grace, my claws clicking against the asphalt like hailstones. The highway, once a scar of absolute definition, was beginning to weep. The blacktop felt soft beneath my feet, turning into a slurry of gray silt and ancient, crushed bone. The certainty the sheriff had bragged about was hemorrhaging. I headed back toward the rusty bolt. I wanted to see Margie. I wanted to see if the collapse of the grid had freed her, or if she had simply been erased along with the coordinates she guarded. The diner was no longer a shipwreck, it was a wound. The pink neon open sign had fallen from its mountings and lay in the gravel, buzzing like a dying hornet. The glass of the front windows hadn't just broken, it had unmade itself, returning to the state of sand. Inside, the red booths were melting into pools of synthetic bile. Margie was still behind the counter, but she wasn't scrubbing anymore. She was standing perfectly still, her arms hanging at her sides. The milky film over her eyes had turned a deep, bruised purple. As I stepped through the threshold, no longer needing to pass through matter, but simply stepping where matter failed to be, she turned her head. The sound of her neck moving was like dry branches snapping in a gale. "The scale has changed, David," she said. Her voice was no longer a croak. It was a hollow resonance, the sound of wind howling through a sewer pipe. The map man is folding the edges. He's trying to hide the creases. "He can't hide me," I said, and my voice surprised me. It sounded like the grinding of stones at the bottom of a river. I am the crease. You are the tear, she corrected. She reached out and touched the counter. Where her fingers landed, the formica hissed and vanished, revealing the raw, uncarved void beneath. But a tear can be mended. The sheriff is gathering the chains. He's not going to let the valley wake. If the valley wakes, the world remembers what it was before the names. It remembers the hunger that doesn't have a stomach. Let it remember, I snarled. I felt a surge of cold fire in my chest. I remembered the dual monitors in Seattle. I remembered the taste of the espresso. They felt like insults now, tiny, plastic distractions meant to keep me from feeling the tectonic weight of my own existence. I'm going to find the map man. I'm going to tear the blue lines off his soul. Margie leaned forward, her face a blur of shifting features. He isn't a man, David. He's a projection. He's the geometry of the collective mind. You can't kill a measurement. You can only change the units. I didn't stay to listen to the rest of her riddles. The hunger was back, but it wasn't the hunger to be seen. It was the hunger to consume the sight of others. I wanted to find the sheriff. I wanted to see those spirit-vile eyes shatter. I stepped back out into the night, but the night was no longer dark. It was a chaotic kaleidoscope of half-formed realities. I saw a stand of timber that existed in 3 different centuries at once. Saplings, towering firs, and charred stumps all occupying the same cubic yard of space. I saw the gravel road turn into a river of mercury, and then into a line of salt. The sound of the gunter's chain preceded him. Clink, clink, clink. The sheriff was standing in the middle of the parking lot, his silhouette backlit by the dying glow of the diner's neon. He looked diminished, his uniform tattered, the fabric fraying into gray mist. But the chain in his hand was brighter than ever. It wasn't just blue now. It was a searing, ultraviolet white that made my new eyes ache. Discrepancy detected, the sheriff intoned. His voice was glitching, repeating the first syllable like a scratched record. This discrepancy. You are a statistical anomaly, 402. You are an error in the margin. Then delete me, I challenged, crouching low. My claws dug into the softening earth, anchoring me. I don't delete, the sheriff said, swinging the chain in a wide, shimmering arc. I correct. He lashed out. The chain didn't just move through the air, it redefined the air it passed through. Where the links traveled, the fog vanished, replaced by a grid of razor-sharp light that stayed suspended in the atmosphere. He was building a cage in real time. I leaped, my powerful legs propelling me upward with a force I hadn't known I possessed. I passed through the grid, and it felt like being flayed by 1,000 paper cuts. Each line of light tried to claim a piece of me, tried to assign a value to my mass, my velocity, my intent. I slammed into him. He didn't feel like a man. He felt like a pillar of cold, compressed ash. We went down into the gravel, rolling through the shifting layers of reality. For a moment, we were in the diner. Then we were in the cabin. Then we were in a dark, primordial marsh where the air tasted like sulfur. I raked my claws across his chest. Instead of blood, numbers spilled out, strings of coordinates, elevations, and dates. They hissed as they hit the ground, burning holes in the fabric of the forest floor. The sheriff didn't cry out. He grabbed my throat with a hand that felt like a vice. His bubble-vial eyes were frantic, the air bubbles inside them spinning in circles as he struggled to find a level in a world that was tilting into the abyss. You cannot exist without a border, he wheezed. I am the border, I screamed, and I bit down on his shoulder. The taste was like lead and old parchment. I felt the chain wrap around my neck. The sheriff was trying to bind us together, to use his own fading substance to anchor me back into the grid. The ultraviolet light began to sear into my moon-colored skin. I felt my claws softening, my strength draining back into the earth. He was trying to turn us both into a single, permanent landmark, a monument to the end of the rebellion. "Look at the light, David," he whispered, his face inches from mine. "Focus on the candle, focus on the slope, focus on the math." I felt my mind starting to slip. I saw the cabin, I saw Elias, the young man in the Subaru. They were all holding their breath, holding their candles, waiting for the world to be still again. They wanted the cage, they were afraid of the song. But then, from deep within the mountain, the real mountain, the one that existed before the first surveyor ever set foot in the Cascades, the pulse returned. It was a low, thrumming vibration that shook the very foundations of the concept of place. It was the sound of the earth breathing, a slow, tectonic sigh that blew through the parking lot like a hurricane. The sheriff's grip faltered. The bubbles in his eyes suddenly centered, then burst. The chain shattered. The links flew apart like shrapnel, turning into sparks of harmless static. I pushed off him, standing tall as the sheriff began to unravel. He didn't die. He simply lost his resolution. His uniform faded into the gray of the fog. His badge melted into a puddle of quicksilver. And finally, his face smoothed over until there was nothing left but a featureless oval of mist. He was a marker that had been wiped clean. I stood alone in the parking lot. The rusty bolt was gone. The highway was gone. There was only the forest, but it was a forest I didn't recognize. The trees were breathing. The shadows were moving with a purpose that had nothing to do with light. I looked at my hands. The claws were still there, but they were no longer translucent. They were black, the color of the deep earth. I wasn't the surveyor. I wasn't the ghost. I was the witness. I began to walk, not toward the road, but toward the heart of the valley. I could feel the map man nearby. He was no longer a giant in the sky. He was a small, shivering thing huddled at the base of an ancient cedar. His blue lines were dim, flickering like a dying fluorescent bulb. He looked up as I approached. He didn't look like a god anymore. He looked like a frightened child who had tried to draw a picture of the world and realized he didn't have enough colors. "It's too big," he whispered, his voice a thin, reedy whistle. "The valley. It won't stay on the page. It keeps growing. It keeps changing. How am I supposed to map something that won't sit still?" "You don't," I said. I reached down and touched his forehead. My claw left a dark, jagged mark on his glowing skin. "You let it be what it is. You let it be a song." The map man let out a long, shuddering breath. The blue lines on his body flared one last time, a brilliant, blinding cerulean, and then they vanished. He didn't disappear, but he became solid. He became a man, an old man, tired and worn, wearing clothes that looked like they belonged to a different era. He looked at his hands, then at me. "Thank you," he said. "I've been drawing that map for 300 years. I forgot what the dirt felt like." "Go," I said, "before the sheriff's ghost finds a new set of chains." He didn't need to be told twice. He turned and vanished into the undergrowth, moving with the clumsy, beautiful uncertainty of a living thing. I was left in the silence, but it wasn't the silence of the void. It was the silence of a theater before the orchestra begins to play. I looked toward the north. I could still feel the cabin. I could feel Elias. He was sitting at the table, the candle burning low. He was waiting for the map man to tell him what to measure next. He was waiting for the safety of the numbers. I started toward him. I wasn't going to kill him. I wasn't going to take his place. I was going to blow out the candle. As I moved through the woods, the forest spoke to me, not in words, but in sensations. I felt the slow, cold thoughts of the rocks. I felt the frantic, green ambition of the ferns. I felt the ancient, sleeping memory of the glacier that had carved this place out of the world's rib. I reached the clearing. The cabin looked small and fragile, a box of toothpicks held together by the sheer will of the man inside. The light from the window was a sickly, artificial yellow. I climbed the porch. The wood didn't groan, it hummed. I reached for the door handle. It was solid, it was real. I pushed the door open. Elias didn't look up. He was hunched over a piece of parchment, his pencil scratching a frantic, rhythmic sound against the wood. The candle was a stub, the flame dancing on a pool of liquid wax. "The slope," he muttered. "The angle of the joist, the distance from the hearth to the door. It has to be exact. If it's not exact, the world falls down." "The world is already down, Elias," I said. He froze. He didn't turn around. I could see the blue lines on the back of his neck, pulsing in time with the candle's flicker. "The map man," he whispered. "Is that you? I'm almost done. I just need to measure the shadow. The shadow keeps moving." "The map man is gone," I said, stepping into the circle of light. Elias turned then. When he saw me, the moon-skinned thing with the black claws and the holes for eyes, he didn't scream. He just looked tired. A devastating, centuries-old exhaustion settled over his features. "You're the one from the woods," he said. "The one who wouldn't stay in the circle." "There is no circle," I said. I leaned over the table. The heat from the candle was pathetic, a tiny, flickering lie. "There is only the valley, and the valley wants to sleep without dreams of math." "But if I let the light go out," Elias looked at the candle with a terrifying devotion. "If I let it go out, I'll be like you. I'll be nothing." "You won't be nothing," I said, my voice softening. "You'll be part of the song. You'll be the wind in the firs. You'll be the rain on the moss. You'll be free." Elias looked at the pencil in his hand. He looked at the parchment, covered in thousands of tiny, useless numbers. He looked at the blue lines on his skin, which were beginning to itch, to burn, to demand more of him than he had left to give. "Is it beautiful?" he asked. "The dark?" "It isn't dark," I said. "It's just unwritten." Elias took a deep breath. He looked at me, and for a second, I saw the man he had been before the survey found him. A carpenter, maybe, or a farmer. Someone who built things with his hands instead of his fear. He leaned forward. "Blow it out," he whispered. "I don't think I have the breath left to do it myself." I leaned down. The flame reflected in my black eyes, a tiny spark of the old world. I felt a momentary pang of grief for David Thorne, the man from Seattle who liked espresso and dual monitors. But that man was a map, and the map was being folded for the last time. I blew. The candle went out. The cabin didn't vanish. It didn't explode. It simply ceased to be a cage. The walls seemed to expand, the ceiling rising up until it became the canopy of the stars. The smell of cedar intensified, mixing with the smell of damp earth and wild, growing things. Elias let out a long, peaceful sigh. I watched as his body began to soften, his edges blurring into the shadows of the room. He wasn't dying, he was diffusing. He was becoming the floorboards, the air, the night. "Thank you," his voice whispered, though he no longer had a mouth. I stood in the center of the clearing where the cabin had been. The moon was high now, and it wasn't a white disk in the sky. It was a silver eye, watching the valley with a wild, unblinking joy. I felt the pulse again. It was stronger now. It was a drumbeat, echoing from the roots of the mountains to the bottom of the sea. The valley was awake. I turned toward the highway. I could hear the Subaru in the distance. The young man was still there, holding his candle, waiting for the world to make sense again. I began to run, not as a ghost, not as a marker, but as a part of the waking earth. I had one more candle to blow out, and then I would see what the world looked like when no one was left to measure it. The fog was lifting, but it wasn't disappearing. It was becoming the breath of the valley, a thick white mist that carried the scent of 1,000 years of unrecorded history. I moved through it, my claws leaving deep, permanent tracks in the mud, marks that no surveyor would ever be able to explain. I reached the highway. The Subaru was still there, its hazard lights blinking a rhythmic, mechanical help. The young man was huddled in the driver's seat, the candle clutched to his chest. He was staring at the dashboard, his eyes fixed on the green glow of the clock. I stepped into the path of the headlights. They were dim, flickering, losing their battle against the night. I tapped on the glass. The young man looked up. He saw me. He saw the truth of the valley. He saw the end of the map. He didn't fight. He didn't scream. He simply lowered the window. "It's time," I hissed. He handed me the candle. His hands were already covered in blue lines, but they were fading, the ink running like tears. "What happens now?" he asked, his voice small and clear. I looked out at the forest, where the shadows were dancing, where the trees were singing, where the world was finally, beautifully, terrifyingly itself. "Now," I said, "we listen." I pinched the wick. The last light in the valley went out. And for the first time in 3 centuries, the Cascades were silent. Not the silence of the grave, but the silence of a beginning. I sat down on the cooling asphalt of the highway and waited for the sun to rise, not as a coordinate on a grid, but as a fire in the sky that didn't care what time it was. The map was gone. The surveyor was home. The asphalt beneath me didn't feel like a road anymore. It felt like a cooling scab on the knee of a giant. The young man in the Subaru, his name was Caleb, though the name was currently peeling off his identity like wet wallpaper, sat very still. Without the candle, the interior of his car was reclaimed by the velvet weight of the prehistoric night. He wasn't looking at me with horror anymore. He was looking at the space where the dashboard used to be, where the glowing green numbers of the digital clock had finally surrendered to the dark. "It's so quiet," he whispered. "I can hear the trees drinking." I nodded, though I wasn't sure if he could see the motion. My moon-colored skin seemed to draw what little ambient light remained in the atmosphere, a pale, phosphorescent glow that marked me as a landmark of the new geography. "They've been thirsty for a long time," I said. My voice was no longer the grinding of stones. It was the sowing of wind through high needles. The map man kept them behind fences of ink. He made them stay in their rows. He made them grow at the speed of a ledger. Caleb stepped out of the car. His movements were jerky, like a newborn fawn finding its legs. He reached out and touched the roof of the Subaru. As he did, the metal didn't feel cold or hard. It felt like compressed memory. The blue lines on his wrists were almost gone, replaced by faint, silvery scars that looked like topographical maps of a country that had never been conquered. "Where do I go?" he asked. "Wherever the gravity takes you," I told him. "There are no directions left. North is just a feeling in your marrow now. South is the warmth of the dirt." He looked toward the tree line. The forest was no longer a wall of timber. It was a cathedral of shifting intent. The cedars were leaning in, their branches intertwined like the fingers of old friends. He took a step, then another. He didn't look back at the car. The Subaru was already beginning to sink into the softening pavement, the tires turning into rubbery roots, the windshield frosting over with a lichen that grew in fractal patterns of deep violet. I watched him go until he was just a flicker of movement against the deeper black of the trunks. He wasn't a traveler anymore. He was a resident. I stood up and began to walk in the opposite direction, back toward the diner that wasn't there, toward the center of the valley's new heart. I felt a strange pull, a phantom limb syndrome of the soul. I was looking for the sheriff, not the hollowed-out mist thing I had defeated, but the essence of the law that had governed this place. You cannot remove a system without leaving a vacuum, and the vacuum of the Cascades was currently screaming to be filled with something ancient. I found the spot where the rusty bolt had stood. The ground was a swirl of synthetic bile and raw, unformed clay, but in the center of the ruin, something was pulsing. It was the Gunter's chain. It lay in the mud, broken into a dozen jagged segments. It wasn't glowing with ultraviolet light anymore. It was dull, the color of a lead pipe. But as I approached, the links began to twitch. They weren't trying to bind anything. They were trying to crawl. Still trying to measure the abyss, I asked the dirt. A voice answered me, but it didn't come from the chain. It came from the air itself, a shimmering distortion in the humidity. The abyss is the only thing worth measuring, David. It is the only constant. I turned. Standing near the edge of the clearing was a figure I hadn't seen before. He wasn't the map man, and he wasn't the sheriff. He was dressed in a suit of charcoal gray that seemed to absorb the very idea of light. His face was a smooth, featureless mask of polished obsidian. In his hand, he held a transit level made of bone and glass. "The Auditor," I said, the name bubbling up from the collective memory of the soil. "The Surveyor General," he corrected. His voice was precise, a scalpel cutting through the silence. The map man was an artist. He was prone to whimsy. He liked the curves of the rivers too much. The sheriff was a blunt instrument, but I am the record. You have deleted the files, David Thorne. You have formatted the drive, but the hardware remains. He set the transit level on a stump. He didn't look through it. He simply let it sit there, an anchor of absolute stillness in a world that was beginning to vibrate with chaotic life. "You're too late," I said, flexing my claws. The black tips hummed with the vibration of the mountain. "The valley is awake. The people are becoming the trees. The numbers have been burned." "Waking is a temporary state," the auditor said. He didn't move, yet he seemed to be closer to me with every heartbeat. "Exhaustion always follows. And when the valley sleeps again, and it will sleep, for even the earth grows weary of its own majesty, I will be here with my ink and my ruler. I will redraft the borders. I will reassign the names. I will make the mountains small again so that men can carry them in their pockets without weeping." "Not this time," I snarled. I lunged at him, but my claws passed through his chest as if he were made of smoke. There was no resistance, no heat, no cold. He was a conceptual ghost, a persistent thought that refused to be forgotten. I stumbled, my momentum carrying me through him, and into the mud. I tasted the copper of the old world and the iron of the new. "You are trying to fight a definition with a feeling," the auditor said, his obsidian face tilted toward the moon. "You think you have freed them, but look at the stars, David. Do you see how they stay in their places? Do you see how the moon follows its track? The universe is a map of light. You have only cleared a few acres of the map. You are a localized glitch." I pushed myself up, the black mud clinging to my moon-colored skin like funeral shroud. I looked at my hands. They were shaking, not from fear, but from the sheer effort of existing without a frame. The auditor was right about one thing. The freedom was heavy. It was a weight that pressed down on the lungs, a vastness that threatened to swallow the ego whole. "If I'm a glitch," I said, my voice thrumming with the low-frequency growl of the tectonic plates, "then I'm going to spread. I'm going to be the virus that unmakes the sky." The auditor laughed. It was a sound like dry parchment tearing. "You are so very human even now. You still think in terms of conquest. You still think the I matters. Look behind you, David. Look at what you've done." I turned. The forest was changing, but not in the way I had hoped. The trees weren't just breathing. They were screaming in a frequency too low for human ears to hear, but loud enough to shake my very atoms. The people Caleb, the ghosts of the diner, the hikers who had disappeared over the decades, they weren't becoming part of the song. They were being dissolved by it. I saw a figure in the distance. Perhaps it was Margie. Perhaps it was the map man. It was a blur of gray light, spinning faster and faster until it simply flickered out, leaving nothing but a smell of ozone and wet wool. The valley wasn't waking up to be a paradise. It was waking up to consume everything that had been forced upon it. It was a tidal wave of raw existence, and it didn't care about the beauty of the unwritten. It just wanted to be empty again. "The map man wasn't a jailer," the auditor whispered, his voice appearing inside my skull. "He was a gardener. He kept the wildness from eating the souls of the weak. He gave them a place to stand. He gave them a here, so they wouldn't have to face the everywhere. I felt a coldness in my chest that had nothing to do with the night air. I looked at the broken Gunter's chain. I looked at the obsidian face of the auditor. I didn't want this, I said. I wanted them to see. I wanted to be seen. And you are seen, David, the auditor said. He reached out a hand. It was a human hand now, pale and thin, the fingers stained with ink. But the sight is too bright for you. It's burning you away. You're already fading at the edges. Look at your feet. I looked down. My feet were no longer solid. They were becoming a gray mist, the same mist that had claimed the sheriff. The black claws were turning back into the translucent ghost light of the discrepancy. I was being corrected, not by the sheriff, not by the map man, but by the sheer inertia of the reality I had tried to break. The valley is a closed loop, the auditor said. It allows for a certain amount of rebellion. It needs it actually. It keeps the ink fresh. You were the necessary friction, but now the friction has served its purpose. The map is being redrawn and you aren't in the new edition. I felt a surge of rage, a final desperate spark of David Thorne's stubbornness. I didn't care about the map. I didn't care about the auditor. I cared about the pulse. I cared about the song. The song doesn't need you to hear it, I screamed, and I didn't attack the auditor. I attacked the transit level. I slammed my fading claws into the bone and glass instrument. For a second, the world stopped. The auditor's obsidian face shattered into 1,000 shards of night. The gray suit dissolved into a flock of black birds that flew upward and vanished into the canopy. The transit level didn't break. It exploded into a supernova of pure, unadulterated geometry. The explosion didn't throw me back. It pulled me in. I was no longer in the parking lot. I was no longer in the Cascades. I was inside the map itself. It was a vast, white plain, crisscrossed by infinite blue lines that stretched to the horizon and beyond. Every line was a story. Every intersection was a life. I saw the line of my father's life, a straight, sturdy cord that ended abruptly in a knot of cancer. I saw the line of the woman I had almost married in Seattle, a golden thread that veered away from mine and became a complex, beautiful tapestry of children and gardens. And I saw my own line. It was a jagged, broken thing. It had been straight for 30 years, a dull, gray streak across the page. Then it had hit the valley. It had spiraled. It had turned back on itself. It had become a knot so tight it was turning black. I reached out and touched the knot. It felt like a heartbeat. It was the pulse of the mountain. The auditor was there too. He was no longer a man or a ghost. He was a giant golden compass, one leg anchored in the center of the knot, the other swinging in a wide, terrifying arc around the white void. You cannot break the geometry, David, the compass boomed. You can only become a point on the line. I am the pen, I said, and I realized I was holding the broken Gunter's chain. But it wasn't a chain anymore. It was a needle threaded with the dark, heavy thread of the valley's raw soul. I didn't try to untie the knot. I didn't try to follow the line. I began to sew. I drove the needle through the white void, pulling the dark thread behind me. I stitched the line of the valley to the line of the sky. I stitched the memory of the diner to the reality of the trees. I began to mend the tear I had made, but I didn't use the map man's ink. I used the valley's blood. The auditor compass tried to sweep me away, its golden legs swinging toward me like a scythe. But I moved between the lines, stepping through the spaces where the math failed. I was the discrepancy, and I was making the discrepancy part of the design. I saw Caleb's line, a thin, flickering silver thread. I stitched it to the deep green root of an ancient fir. I saw Margie's line, a bruised purple cord. I stitched it to the sunset. I saw Elia's line, a frantic, scribbled mess. I stitched it to the silence of the snow. The white void began to color. It wasn't the artificial blue of the mapman's grid. It was the messy, vibrant, terrifying colors of a world that was being felt instead of measured. The auditor let out a sound of pure mathematical agony. The golden compass began to warp, its legs bending until they snapped. The white plane began to fold. "What are you doing?" the auditor screamed, his voice fading into the distance. "You're destroying the scale. You're making the world one-to-one." "That's the point," I said, my voice echoing through the collapsing dimensions. "A map that is as big as the territory isn't a map anymore. It's just home." The white void vanished. I was standing in the forest. It was dawn. The light was pale and gray, filtering through a thick, heavy mist. But it wasn't the mapman's fog. It was just weather. I could smell the damp earth, the rotting leaves, the fresh, sharp scent of pine. I looked at my hands. The claws were gone. The moon-colored skin was gone. I was wearing my flannel shirt, the one with the coffee stain on the pocket. My skin was tan, my fingernails were dirty, and my heart was beating with the slow, steady rhythm of a man who had just woken up from a long, feverish dream. I looked around. There was no diner. There was no highway. There was only a faint, overgrown trail leading through the timber. I reached into my pocket. My fingers brushed against something hard and cold. I pulled it out. It was a single link of the Gunter's chain. It was dull and heavy, a piece of old iron. It didn't glow. It didn't twitch. It was just a thing. I looked up at the mountain. It was towering above me, its peak hidden in the clouds. It looked massive. It looked indifferent. It looked real. I started to walk. My legs felt heavy, my back ached, and I was incredibly, wonderfully hungry. I didn't know where the trail led. I didn't know if Seattle still existed. I didn't know if I was still David Thorne or if I was someone new, built out of the scraps of a folded map. But as I walked, I heard a voice. It wasn't a voice in my head, and it wasn't the voice of a ghost. It was the voice of a bird, a simple gray jay sitting on a low branch. It looked at me with its bright, black eyes and let out a sharp, inquisitive whistle. I stopped. I looked at the bird. "Yeah," I said, my voice sounding thin and human in the vastness of the woods. "I hear you." I kept walking. The sun began to break through the mist, casting long, irregular shadows across the forest floor. The shadows weren't following a grid. They were just moving with the light. I wasn't the surveyor anymore. I wasn't the witness. I was just a man in the woods, and for the first time in my life, I didn't need to know exactly where I was to know that I was exactly where I was supposed to be. The candle had flickered, the voice had spoken, and now the world was finally beautifully quiet. The silence of the woods was not the vacuum of the void I had just escaped. It was a layered, textured thing, composed of the rot of cedar and the microscopic scuttle of beetles beneath the bark. My boots, which felt impossibly heavy and real, crunched against a carpet of damp needles. Each step sent a jolt of sensation up my shins, the ache of muscles that had forgotten they were made of meat and bone. I was no longer a phantom of the discrepancy. I was a man burdened by gravity, and gravity had never felt so much like a gift. I followed the overgrown trail, which meandered with a stubborn lack of efficiency. It didn't cut through the slope. It negotiated with it. It respected the ancient boulders and the fallen trunks of giants that had died before the first surveyor had ever dreamt of a transit level. As I walked, the single link of the Gunter's chain in my pocket seemed to grow warmer, or perhaps it was just the heat of my own thigh seeping into the iron. I reached in and gripped it, feeling the pitted surface. It was a reminder that the world had been stitched, not drawn. The mist began to lift in ragged curtains, revealing the true scale of the valley. It wasn't the claustrophobic bowl the mapman had maintained. It was vast, a green lung breathing against the ribs of the continent. I saw no Subaru. I saw no rusty bolt, signed face down in the dirt. The geography had reset, but it hadn't reverted to what it was before the maps. It had become the thing that maps are afraid of, a place that exists entirely in the present tense. A mile down the trail, I found a creek. It wasn't a blue line on a page. It was a chaotic tumble of cold, snow-melt water over stones the color of bruised plums. I knelt by the bank, my knees cracking with a loud, satisfying pop. I cupped my hands and drank. The water was so cold it made my teeth ache, a sharp, piercing reality that tasted of minerals and old earth. As I wiped my mouth, I saw my reflection in a quiet pool between two rocks. My face was older. There were lines around my eyes that hadn't been there when I drove into the Cascades. Not the geometric lines of the auditor, but the soft, wandering tracks of time. My hair was shot through with gray, the color of the mist I had just emerged from. I looked like a man who had been away for a very long time, or perhaps a man who had just arrived from a distant century. David. The voice was faint, barely audible over the rush of the creek. I froze, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. I turned slowly, expecting to see the obsidian mask of the auditor or the flickering ghost of the sheriff. Instead, I saw a woman sitting on a stump 20 yards away. She was wearing a heavy wool coat, the red checkered pattern faded by years of sun. She had a thermos in her lap and a pair of binoculars hanging around her neck. She wasn't a spirit. She was solid. She was breathing. It was Margie, but it wasn't the Margie from the diner. This woman was in her 60s, her skin mapped by the high-altitude sun, her hands calloused and stained with the juice of huckleberries. "You look like you've seen a ghost, son," she said, her voice a low, pleasant rasp. She didn't look surprised to see me. She looked like she had been waiting for someone to come off that mountain for 3 decades. I think I might be one," I managed to say. My throat felt like it was lined with sandpaper. Margie unscrewed the cap of her thermos and poured a cup of steaming coffee. The smell hit me like a physical blow, bitter, chicory-heavy, and wonderfully mundane. She held it out to me. I stood up, my legs trembling, and walked toward her. When my fingers brushed hers as I took the cup, I felt the heat of her blood. She was warm. She was alive. "The map changed," I whispered, staring into the black liquid. "The map finally burned," she corrected gently. She looked up at the peaks, her eyes squinting against the growing light. "We've been living in the smoke for a long time, David. Some of us forgot there was anything else. Some of us got lost in the lines." "How long?" I asked. "How long was I in the discrepancy?" Margie smiled, and it was a sad, knowing expression. "Time doesn't work the same way when the surveyor is holding the watch. For some, it's been a night. For the valley, it's been a generation. My diner fell down in the heavy snow of '94, David. I've been retired for 15 years. I sat down on a flat rock across from her, the coffee warming my palms. The world felt like it was settling into its new shape, the edges blurring and softening. The new geography wasn't a kingdom I ruled. It was just the world, finally allowed to be itself. "What happened to the others?" I asked. "The young man in the car, the ones who were trapped." "They're where they need to be," Margie said. "The ones who wanted to leave found the road. The ones who wanted to stay, well, the trees are taller this year. The forest is thick. You gave them a choice, David. That's more than the map man ever did. He just gave them a coordinate." I thought of Caleb, his skin turning to bark, his eyes reflecting the prehistoric night. I wondered if he was still out there, a conscious part of the timber, or if he had simply dissolved into the great green quiet. I found that I wasn't afraid for him. In this new world, being a tree seemed like a perfectly reasonable career path. "And the auditor?" I asked, "the one with the obsidian face." Margie shivered slightly, the only sign of fear I'd seen from her. "He's still out there. He'll always be out there. He's the part of the human brain that wants to categorize the stars. He's the urge to build a fence. You didn't kill him, David. You just broke his tools. He's back at the drawing board, trying to figure out how to measure a world that won't sit still. We sat in silence for a long time, watching the sun climb higher. The shadows shortened and the birdsong grew more complex, a polyphonic riot of territorial claims and mating calls. It was a messy, loud, beautiful morning. "What do I do now?" I asked. "I don't have a map, I don't even have a car." Margie stood up, brushing the moss from her coat. She pointed down the trail, toward a break in the trees where I could see the shimmering heat haze of a distant valley floor. "You walk," she said. "You walk until you find a town that isn't on any of your old charts. You find a job that doesn't involve numbers. You find a woman who likes the way you smell of wood smoke and old iron. You live, David. That's the only way to stay off the map." She turned and began to walk up the slope, moving with a surprising agility for her age. She didn't look back. She didn't need to. She was part of the landscape now, a resident of the unwritten. I finished my coffee and set the cup on the stump. I stood up and looked at the trail. It didn't look like a path to a destination. It looked like an invitation to a journey. I reached into my pocket and pulled out the iron link. I looked at it one last time, the final piece of the system that had tried to define me. I didn't throw it away with a dramatic gesture. I simply leaned over and tucked it into the hollow of a rotting log, burying it beneath a handful of damp earth. Let the mushrooms eat the geometry. Let the worms measure the iron. I turned my back on the mountain and began to walk. The air was getting warmer. I could hear the hum of insects, the rustle of the wind in the high needles, and the distant, rhythmic thumping of my own heart. It was a good sound. It was the only rhythm that mattered. As I rounded a bend in the trail, I saw something glinting in the dirt. I leaned down and picked it up. It was a small, smooth stone, a piece of river-worn quartz that looked like a frozen spark of light. I put it in my pocket where the chain link had been. It was lighter. It didn't have a history. It was just a stone. I walked for hours, the forest slowly giving way to meadows of wild lupin and Indian paintbrush. The colors were so vivid they seemed to vibrate. I realized that the mapman's world had been a world of primary colors and sharp contrasts, a world designed for clarity. This world was a world of gradients and shadows, a world designed for depth. I saw a hawk circling high above, a speck of brown against the vast, aching blue of the sky. It wasn't following a flight path. It was riding the thermals, feeling the invisible architecture of the air. I envied it for a moment, and then I realized that I was doing the same thing. I was riding the thermals of a life that had finally been unmoored. By late afternoon, I reached a paved road. It wasn't the highway I remembered. It was narrow, the asphalt cracked and encroached upon by blackberry vines. There were no signs, no mile markers. I stood at the edge of the road, my shadow stretching long and thin across the pavement. I looked left, toward the mountains. I looked right, toward the lowlands. A truck appeared in the distance, a battered white pickup with a rack of rusted pipes in the back. It slowed down as it approached me, the engine idling with a rhythmic clatter. The driver was a man about my age, his face hidden behind a pair of dark aviator glasses. He leaned out the window, the smell of diesel and old upholstery wafting toward me. "Need a lift?" he asked. "Maybe," I said. "Where are you headed?" The man shrugged. "Down the hill to the coast eventually, just following the grade." "Following the grade," I repeated. The words felt right. They felt like a philosophy. "That sounds like a good direction." "Hop in," he said, pushing open the passenger door. I climbed into the cab. The seat was torn, the stuffing poking through the vinyl like the guts of a small animal. On the dashboard, there was a small, plastic hula girl and a stack of crumpled receipts. There was no GPS. There was no map. The man put the truck in gear and we started to roll. He didn't ask me my name. He didn't ask me where I'd come from. He just drove, his hands loose on the wheel. "Beautiful country," he said after a while, nodding toward the window. I looked out at the passing trees, the shifting light, the way the world seemed to expand and contract with every turn of the road. I saw a flicker of movement in the brush, a deer, or perhaps just a trick of the light. I saw the way the mist was beginning to coil in the valleys again, a soft, white blanket for the earth to sleep under. "Yeah," I said, leaning my head back against the seat. "It's a big place." "Too big to see it all," the man said. "That's the best part," I replied. We drove in silence as the sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of bruised orange and deep, regal violet. The stars began to appear, one by one, not as coordinates on a celestial sphere, but as ancient fires burning in the dark. I reached into my pocket and felt the smooth quartz stone. It was cool to the touch. I thought about the auditor, sitting in some gray room trying to find a way to draw a line around this moment. I thought about the map man, weeping over his lost ink. And I thought about the sheriff, who had finally become the law of the wind. I closed my eyes. I could hear the hum of the tires on the road, the whistle of the wind through the wing mirror, and the steady, quiet breathing of the man beside me. I wasn't a glitch in the system anymore. I wasn't a discrepancy. I was just a passenger on a planet that was spinning through the dark. And for the first time in my life, I didn't need a map to know that I was home. The truck crested a final ridge, and for a moment the world opened up. Below us, the lights of a distant town twinkled like fallen stars. They weren't arranged in a grid. They were clustered in the valleys, hugging the curves of the river, following the logic of the land. It was a beautiful, messy, unwritten world. "Here we go," the driver said softly. "Here we go," I agreed. The truck began its long, slow descent into the valley, and as we moved into the gathering dark, I felt the last of the old world fall away. The ink was dry. The lines were gone. There was only the road, the light, and the infinite, wonderful unknown. The candle had flickered out, and finally, the voice was my own. The truck's heater kicked on with a wheeze that sounded like a cat coughing in a basement, bringing with it the scent of old tobacco and parched dust. It was a human smell, a cluttered smell. It lacked the sterile, ozone-sharp precision of the auditor's hallways or the damp, suffocating rot of the mapman's woods. I leaned my head against the cool glass of the window and watched the world blur. "You're from up high, aren't you?" the driver asked. He didn't turn his head. He kept his eyes on the twin cones of his headlights as they cut through the deepening blue of the dusk. "Higher than I planned to be," I said. My voice felt sturdier now, less like a recording and more like a physical weight in the cab. I was surveying, or I thought I was. The driver chuckled, a dry sound that rattled in his chest. A lot of people go up into the Gifford Pinchot thinking they're measuring something. Then the mountain starts measuring them back. My name's Elias. I haul scrap when the weather's good and stay inside when it ain't. "David," I said. It felt strange to say it. It felt like a name I was trying on after years in a different uniform. "Well, David, you look like you've been through a rock crusher. There's a diner about 10 miles out. Not the fancy kind, just a place where the coffee is strong enough to peel paint. My treat. You look like you haven't eaten since the Reagan administration." I didn't tell him how close he might be to the truth. Instead, I watched the odometer. The numbers rolled over with a mechanical click, 6, 7, 8. In the discrepancy, numbers were crystalline, fixed points of agony. Here, they were just a measure of friction and distance. They were fallible. They were beautiful. The diner wasn't the Rusty Bolt. It was called the Orr House, a squat building of weathered cedar sitting near a bridge that spanned a river I didn't recognize. There were no ghosts here. There were 3 logging trucks in the lot, their massive tires caked in drying mud, and a neon sign that hummed with a low-frequency buzz that felt like a lullaby. Inside, the air was thick with the smell of frying onions and floor wax. It was loud. People were talking over one another, a chaotic symphony of gossip, complaints about the price of diesel, and laughter. To the auditor, this would have been noise, data corruption. To me, it was the sound of a world that refused to be filed away. We sat at a laminate booth that had been patched with silver duct tape. A waitress with a beehive of gray hair and a name tag that red asterisk dot dropped 2 menus in front of us without looking up. "Coffee's coming," she barked. I picked up the menu. My hands were shaking, not from fear but from the sheer sensory overload of choice. I could have eggs, I could have pancakes, I could have a burger. The map man had offered me only the geography of my own despair. Here, the geography was printed on a grease-stained sheet of cardstock. "Get the steak and eggs," Elias suggested, leaning back. "Dot's husband kills the cow and Dot kills the steak. It's honest work." I ordered. When the coffee arrived, it was served in a thick ceramic mug that had a chip in the rim. I ran my thumb over the jagged edge. It was a flaw, a beautiful, unplanned imperfection that no map would ever record. I drank it black. It burned, and I welcomed the pain. It was a reminder that I had a nervous system, that I was a biological entity subject to the laws of heat and decay. "So," Elias said, tearing open a packet of sugar, "where to after this? You got folks waiting." I thought of my apartment in Seattle. I thought of the blueprints on my desk, the laser levels, the digital transits, the software that promised to render the world in 3-dimensional perfection. I thought of the man I had been, a man who looked at a mountain and saw a series of vectors. "No," I said, "no one's waiting. I think I'm officially off the clock." "Good way to be," Elias said. "The world's too big to spend it all behind a desk. I spent 20 years in a mill in Tacoma. One day the saw broke and I just kept walking right out the front gate, never looked back. Now I just follow the grade." As we ate, I felt the iron link of the Gunter's chain in my mind. I had buried it, but its ghost remained, a phantom limb of the surveyor I used to be. I realized then that the auditor hadn't lied about everything. The scale was asterisk 1-to-1 now. Every step I took was a step on the actual earth, not a representation of it. There was no safety net of abstraction. If I fell, I would bleed. If I got lost, I might stay lost. It was terrifying. It was the most wonderful thing I had ever felt. After the meal, Elias dropped me off at a small motel next to a gas station. The sign was missing the M, so it just said asterisk odal asterisk. "You sure you're all right, son?" Elias asked as I climbed out of the truck. The night air was crisp, smelling of river water and cold stone. "I'm fine, Elias. Thanks for the lift and the steak." "Keep your head up," he said, shifting the truck into gear. "And stay off the high ridges for a while. The clouds are moving in." I watched his taillights vanish into the dark. I stood in the gravel parking lot looking up at the stars. They were messy. They didn't form perfect constellations. They were just a scattered fire in the infinite attic of the universe. I checked into the motel. The room smelled of lemon pledge and old cigarettes. The bedspread was a floral pattern that had faded into a blurred watercolor of pinks and greens. I stripped off my flannel shirt, the one with the coffee stain, and sat on the edge of the bed. I looked at my hands again. The dirt under my fingernails was real soil. I reached into my pocket and pulled out the quartz stone I'd found on the trail. I placed it on the nightstand next to a Bible and a plastic tray for keys. I walked into the small bathroom and turned on the light. The fluorescent bulb flickered, a sharp staccato blink that reminded me for a split second of the auditor's office. I flinched, my heart skipping a beat, but the flicker ended and the light stayed on, yellow and humming. I looked in the mirror. The man staring back at me wasn't the surveyor. He wasn't the witness. He was just David. His eyes were tired, bloodshot from the wind and the lack of sleep. There was a scratch on his cheek from a cedar branch. He looked like he had been through a war or a birth. I turned on the shower. I stood under the spray for a long time, letting the hot water wash away the dust of the white plain and the gray silt of the mapman's fog. I watched the water swirl down the drain. It carried away the last of the moon-colored skin, the last of the phantom claws. I lay down on the bed, my body aching in a way that felt like a victory. I expected to hear the voices, the auditor's cold logic, the sheriff's frantic warnings, the mapman's wet, desperate weeping. I waited for the room to fold, for the walls to become paper, for the shadows to detach themselves from the furniture. But the silence remained silent. The only sound was the distant hum of trucks on the road and the rhythmic ticking of a clock on the wall. The clock was slow. It lost a second every minute or so, a beautiful mechanical failure that the auditor would have hated. I loved it. I fell asleep to the sound of time losing its way. I dreamed of nothing. No maps, no grids, no white voids. Just a deep, heavy darkness that felt like the bottom of a well. When I woke up, the sun was streaming through a gap in the heavy curtains. It wasn't the pale, filtered light of the discrepancy. It was a bright, aggressive yellow that showed every speck of dust dancing in the air. I got dressed and walked out into the morning. The air was cold, making my breath bloom in small, white clouds. I walked over to the gas station. A young man in a grease-stained jumpsuit was filling a canister with kerosene. He looked at me and nodded. "Morning," he said. "Morning," I replied. "Is there a bus that runs through here?" "Once a day, heads west toward the coast. Should be here in about an hour. Stops right there by the sign." I thanked him and bought a pack of gum and a bottle of water. I sat on a bench made of 2x4s and waited. The world around me was busy being itself. A crow landed on top of a gas pump and pecked at a discarded candy wrapper. A dog barked in the distance. A woman in a minivan pulled in, her kids screaming in the back seat about a lost toy. It was all so wonderfully ordinary. I realized that I didn't want to go back to Seattle. I didn't want to go back to the city of grids and glass, where everything was measured by the square foot and the millisecond. I wanted to go somewhere where the maps were still being drawn, or better yet, where no one bothered to draw them at all. When the bus arrived, it was an old Greyhound, its silver sides dented and dull. I climbed aboard and took a seat in the back. There were only a few other passengers, a woman sleeping with her head against the window, an old man reading a paperback book, and a teenager with headphones clamped over his ears. The bus pulled out, the engine roaring as it climbed the gentle grade out of the valley. We passed the Orr house, and for a moment I thought I saw Margie standing on the porch, holding a broom. She didn't wave, but she watched the bus go by with an expression of quiet contentment. As we reached the top of the pass, I looked back. The mountain was there, looming over the landscape. It looked different now. It didn't look like a threat or a puzzle. It just looked like a mountain. The clouds were swirling around its peak, hiding the places where the world had folded, hiding the places where the auditor still paced his white halls, trying to fix the scale. I reached into my pocket and touched the quartz stone. I thought about the Gunter's chain, buried in the rot of the forest. I thought about the link I had left behind. The world was one-to-one now, and that meant it was too big to ever truly know. It meant there would always be a corner that hadn't been surveyed, a valley that hadn't been named, a voice that hadn't been heard. The bus began its descent toward the coast. The trees changed from pine and cedar to the lush, dripping green of the rainforest. The air grew heavy with the scent of salt and damp earth. I didn't know where I was going to get off. I didn't know what I was going to do for money or where I was going to sleep. For the first time in my life, I was the variable in the equation. I was the unknown quantity. I leaned my head against the seat and watched the trees go by. The auditor had wanted a world of perfect order. The map man had wanted a world of perfect memory. But they were both wrong. The world wasn't a map or a memory. It was an event. It was something that was happening right now in the friction between the light and the dark. I closed my eyes and listened to the hum of the tires. It sounded like a song, a long, rambling ballad with no chorus and no end. I was David Thorne, or maybe I wasn't. Maybe I was just the man who had come off the mountain. It didn't matter. The name was just a label, a coordinate on a social map I no longer cared to navigate. The bus slowed down as we entered a small town. I saw a sign for a harbor, a row of fishing boats bobbing in the gray water of a bay. I saw a diner with a help wanted sign in the window. I saw a library with a roof that needed shingling. I pulled the cord to signal the driver. The bus hissed to a stop. I grabbed my small bag of supplies and stepped out onto the sidewalk. The air was cool and tasted of the sea. I stood there for a moment, letting the bus pull away. I watched it disappear around a bend in the road, leaving me alone in the quiet of the morning. I looked at the town. It was messy. It was beautiful. It was real. I started to walk. I didn't look for a landmark. I didn't look for a sign. I just followed the slope of the land down toward the water, where the gulls were crying and the tide was coming in. The candle had flickered. The voice had spoken. And now the world was finally beautifully loud. I walked past a shop that sold nautical supplies, coils of heavy hemp rope, brass compasses that didn't point to any truth but north, and stacks of yellow slickers. I paused at the window, looking at my reflection in the glass. I looked like a traveler who had finally reached the edge of the world and found that there was no cliff, just more world. I found a small park overlooking the bay. I sat on a bench dedicated to a local fisherman who had been lost at sea in 1972. I pulled the quartz stone from my pocket and set it on the wooden slat beside me. "Well," I whispered to the stone, "we made it." The stone didn't answer. It just sat there, reflecting the gray light of the Pacific sky. It didn't need to speak. It was just a stone, and I was just a man, and that was more than enough. I looked out over the water. The horizon was a soft, blurred line where the gray of the sea met the gray of the sky. There were no grids there. There were no boundaries. There was only the infinite, shifting surface of the deep. I thought of the auditor staring at the empty space on his map. I thought of him trying to measure the waves, trying to count the grains of sand on the beach. He would never finish. The world was too big for his ink. It was too alive for his lines. I stood up and picked up the stone. I walked to the edge of the seawall and looked down at the churning water below. The tide was hitting the rocks with a rhythmic, heavy thud. I held the quartz stone in my hand for a moment, feeling its weight. Then, with a flick of my wrist, I tossed it into the bay. It vanished with a tiny splash, a small spark of light swallowed by the vast, dark water. It didn't change the sea. It didn't alter the tide. It was just a thing returning to the place where things belonged. I turned and walked back toward the town. I felt light. I felt heavy. I felt like a man who had finally stopped trying to be a map and started being the territory. I walked into the diner with the help wanted sign. The bell above the door jingled, a sharp, cheerful sound. The air inside smelled of salt and fried fish. A man behind the counter looked up. He had a face like a wrinkled map of a place I'd never been. "Can I help you?" he asked. "I saw the sign," I said. "I'm looking for work." The man looked me over, his eyes lingering on my worn flannel shirt and my tired eyes. He didn't ask for my resume. He didn't ask for my credentials. "Can you wash dishes?" he asked. "I can," I said. "I'm very good at making things clean." The man nodded and pointed toward the back. "Aprons are on the hook, sinks in the corner, start with the pots." I walked into the kitchen. I put on a heavy rubber apron. I turned on the water. The steam rose up around me, a warm, moist cloud. I picked up a scrub brush and a blackened pot. I started to work. The rhythm was simple. The goal was clear. There was no discrepancy to account for. There was no scale to maintain. There was only the heat of the water, the grit of the soap, and the slow, steady progress of the work. As I scrubbed, I began to hum. It wasn't a song I knew. It was just a series of notes, rising and falling with the movement of my arms. Outside, the world continued to happen. The tide went out. The sun moved across the sky. The birds cried. The people talked. And in the back of a small diner at the edge of the world, a man who used to be a surveyor washed the day's grime off the iron, listening to the quiet, beautiful sound of a world that refused to be measured. I was David. I was a dishwasher. I was a man in time. And for the first time in a very long time, I wasn't lost. I was exactly where I was supposed to be. The steam from the industrial sink was a different kind of fog. It didn't cling to the soul or whisper of forgotten geometries. It smelled of lemon-scented degreaser and the briny ghost of fried cod. It was honest. It was opaque. When I leaned over the basin, the world vanished into a white cloud that existed only because of thermodynamics, not because a celestial bureaucrat had misplaced a decimal point. The man who hired me was named Arlo. He was a man of few words, most of them related to the immediate physical reality of the kitchen. "Watch the sprayer," he'd say. "It kicks." Or, "Scrape the griddles before you soak them." He didn't care about my past, and in this town, tucked into a fold of the coastline where the forest met the foam, a lack of history was a common currency. People came here to be forgotten or to forget themselves. I worked the evening shift. From 4 until midnight, I existed in a cycle of porcelain and steel. The repetitive motion, scrub, rinse, rack, repeat, became a meditation. My hands, once accustomed to the delicate calibration of a laser transit, grew calloused and red. The fine motor skills required to map a topographical anomaly were repurposed to remove burnt gravy from a heavy-bottomed saucepan. There was a profound peace in the finitude of the work. A stack of dirty plates was a problem with a visible solution. When the stack was gone, the problem was solved. There was no lingering discrepancy. No phantom inch that refused to be accounted for. The scale was always 1-to-1. Between rushes, I would stand by the back door, letting the cold salt air cut through the humidity of the kitchen. I'd watch the fishing boats come in, their mast lights blinking like low-hanging stars. I thought about the auditor sometimes. I wondered if he was still pacing those white halls, his fingers twitching over a map that would never be finished because I had walked off the edge of it. I wondered if the sheriff was still patrolling the high ridges, looking for a man who had ceased to exist in the way he understood existence. The map man was the one who haunted me most, though not with fear. I felt a strange, distant pity for him. He was trapped in the memory of the world while I was finally living in the friction of it. He was a curator of shadows. I was a washer of pots. I knew who had the better deal. One Tuesday, a few weeks into my new life, a man sat at the counter who looked like he had traveled a long way. He wore a technical shell jacket, the kind surveyors and engineers wear, and he had a GPS unit clipped to his belt. My heart gave a small, involuntary throb, a phantom limb of my old life twitching in the dark. I watched him through the pass-through window as I dried a stack of ramekins. He had a map spread out on the laminate counter, a USGS quadrangle map of the local coastline. He was frowning at it, his highlighter hovering over a specific contour line near the northern headlands. "Something wrong with the terrain?" I asked, stepping out to refill the coffee urns. My voice sounded deeper to my own ears, gravelly from disuse. The man looked up, startled. He looked like the man I used to be, eyes bright with the fever of precision, a crease between his brows that spoke of a world that wouldn't quite fit into his data sets. "The elevations are off," he muttered, tapping mapping the map. Just by a few meters, but it's consistent. It's like the whole ridge shifted since the last flyover, but there's no seismic record of a slide. I felt a cold prickle on the back of my neck. I looked at the map. I knew that ridge. It was the one that overlooked the bay, the one I had walked past on my first day here. Maps are just dreams we have about the ground, I said softly. The engineer laughed, a short, stressed sound. Tell that to my boss. If the drainage isn't calculated to the centimeter, the whole project is a wash. I've been out there 3 days with a total station and the numbers keep drifting. It's like the land is breathing. Maybe it is, I said. Maybe you should stop measuring it and just let it be. He looked at me then, really looked at me. He saw the red hands, the damp apron, the face of a man who had seen the white void and walked away. He didn't see a dishwasher. He saw a warning. I can't do that, he said. It's my job. I used to have that job, I told him. I didn't wait for his response. I turned back to the kitchen and the safety of the steam. That night the dreams returned. I wasn't in the auditor's office and I wasn't on the mountain. I was standing in a field of tall, golden grass that stretched to every horizon. The sky was a deep, bruised purple, and there were no stars. I heard a sound, a rhythmic metallic clinking. I turned and saw a figure in the distance. It was a man, dragging a long, heavy chain through the grass. The links groaned as they snagged on stones and roots. As he got closer, I realized it was me. Not the David who washed dishes, but the David who had carried the Gunter's chain. The other David stopped. He looked exhausted. His clothes were rags and his skin was the color of old parchment. He held out the end of the chain toward me. "It's too long," he whispered. "I can't find the end of it." "Drop it," I said. "I can't. If I drop it, the world will float away. I have to keep it anchored. I have to know where we are." "We're right here," I said, stepping toward him. "We don't need the chain to tell us that." The other David looked down at the iron links. They were glowing with a faint, sickly light, the light of the discrepancy. But the scale has to be perfect. I reached out and took his hand. His skin was cold, like the quartz stone I had thrown into the bay. "The scale is 1-to-1, David. It always was. We just weren't big enough to see it." The chain shattered. It didn't just break. It dissolved into a cloud of iron filings that the wind took and scattered across the golden field. The other David vanished, merging into the shadow of the grass. I woke up sweating, the sound of the ticking clock in my motel room sounding like the beat of a giant heart. I sat up and pushed the hair back from my forehead. My hands were shaking, but the fear was gone. It was just adrenaline, the body's way of saying it was still alive. I got out of bed and walked to the window. The moon was a sliver of silver over the bay. I looked toward the northern headlands where the engineer had been struggling with his numbers. The ridge was there, a dark silhouette against the sky. It didn't look like a drainage problem. It looked like a slumbering beast, ancient and indifferent. I realized then that the auditor would never stop. He would send more engineers, more surveyors, more men with lasers and satellites to try and pin the world down. They would find discrepancies. They would find places where the math failed and the logic crumbled. And some of them, the ones who looked too closely, would hear the voice in the flickering light. But they wouldn't find me. I was a ghost in the machine now. I was the error code that had learned to breathe. The next morning, I walked down to the harbor before my shift. The air was thick with the smell of diesel and salt. I found a spot on the end of a pier where the local fishermen mended their nets. An old man was sitting there, his fingers moving with a grace that belied his age as he wove green nylon twine back into a cohesive whole. "Morning," I said. He didn't look up, but he nodded. "Morning." I watched him work for a while. The net was a grid, but it wasn't a map. It was a tool. It had holes in it by design. It was meant to let the water through and catch only what was needed. Must be hard to keep track of all those knots, I remarked. Don't track them, he said. I feel them. If a knot's wrong, the net tells you it pulls different. And if you miss one, then the fish get through, and that's all right. A net that catches everything is too heavy to haul. You gotta leave room for the world to leak out. I smiled. It was the most profound thing I'd heard since Elias told me to stay off the high ridges. I sat on a piling and watched the gulls wheeling overhead. They didn't have maps. They had instincts. They moved with the wind and the thermal drafts, navigating a world of invisible forces without ever needing to name them. I thought about my apartment in Seattle again. By now, the landlord would have cleared it out. My books, my equipment, my carefully filed records, they were likely in a dumpster or a thrift store. Someone else was probably sitting at my desk, looking at the same blueprints, trying to solve the same problems. They would think I had disappeared, a victim of a hiking accident or a midlife crisis. In a way, they were right. I had died on that mountain. The man who had entered the discrepancy didn't come out. This version of me was something new, a biological entity that had been stripped of its abstractions. I felt a sudden, sharp pang of grief, not for my old life, but for the man I had been. He had spent so much time trying to be right that he had forgotten how to be present. He had been so afraid of the dark spaces on the map that he had missed the beauty of the shadows. I reached into my pocket and found a small piece of sea glass I'd picked up on the beach. It was green, frosted by years of tumbling in the surf. It was a fragment of a bottle, once a vessel for something else, now transformed into a jewel of the tide. It was a reminder that even the things we break can become beautiful if we give them enough time and enough salt. When I arrived at the diner for my shift, Arlo was standing by the back door, smoking a cigarette. He looked me up and down. "You look like you've been off in the woods again," he said. "Just the pier," I said. "Good, we got a bus coming in from the south. 20 seniors. They all want the clam chowder and they all want it 5 minutes ago. You ready?" I tied my apron strings and felt the familiar weight of the rubber against my chest. I looked at the sink, the stacks of dirty dishes, the steam beginning to rise from the dishwasher. "I'm ready," I said. The rush was intense. For 3 hours, I was a blur of motion. I lived in the clatter of silverware and the splash of hot water. I didn't think about the auditor. I didn't think about the scale. I only thought about the plate in my hand and the one coming after it. At one point, the light above the sink flickered. I froze. The world seemed to hold its breath. The steam slowed its swirl, and the noise of the dining room dimmed to a low, distant hum. I felt the old, familiar cold creeping up my spine. The shadow on the wall seemed to lengthen, stretching toward me like a reaching hand. "David," a voice whispered. It wasn't the auditor. It was a voice I didn't recognize, a soft, feminine voice that sounded like the wind through the pines. "David, do you see the line?" I looked at the wall. A thin, crystalline line was appearing in the grout between the tiles. It was glowing with that pale, lunar light. The discrepancy was trying to find me. It was a crack in the reality I had built, a reminder that the world I had escaped was still there, waiting to be measured. I took a deep breath. I didn't close my eyes. I didn't run. I picked up a heavy iron skillet, still crusted with burnt fat. I plunged it into the hot, soapy water. "I'm busy," I said out loud. The flicker stopped. The light stayed on, yellow and steady. The line in the grout vanished, replaced by the mundane gray of old cement. The noise of the diner rushed back in, the clink of forks, the laughter of the seniors, the sizzle of the grill. I kept scrubbing. I realized then that the discrepancy wasn't a place I had visited. It was a way of seeing. It was the result of looking too hard at the seams of the universe. If you search for the flaw, you will find it. If you ask the world to explain itself, it will eventually stop speaking your language. But if you work, if you love, if you let yourself be part of the friction, the seams stay closed. The light stays yellow. The world remains whole. When the shift ended, I walked out into the cool night. Arlo was locking up. "Good work tonight, David," he said. "You're getting faster." "Thanks, Arlo. See you tomorrow." "See you tomorrow." I walked back to the motel, my feet crunching on the gravel. I didn't look at the stars to see the constellations. I just looked at them because they were bright. I sat on the edge of my bed and looked at my hands. They were wrinkled from the water, smelling of soap and salt. They were the hands of a man who was no longer a surveyor. I lay down and closed my eyes. I didn't hear a voice. I didn't see a candle. I just heard the ocean, the great, unmapped, unmeasurable ocean, breathing against the shore. It was the sound of everything that couldn't be filed away. It was the sound of the world being itself, without permission, without a scale, and without an end. I fell asleep, and for the first time in my life, I didn't dream of the path. I just dreamed of the walk. The morning air in the coastal town of Oakhaven didn't just sit, it rolled. It was a physical weight, thick with the scent of cedar rot and the metallic tang of the coming tide. I woke up before my alarm, my body having synchronized itself to the kitchen's clockwork rhythm rather than the digital pulse of the phone I had long ago stopped charging. My joints ached with a dull, honest throb, the kind that comes from gravity and labor, not from the existential vertigo of a shifting landscape. I walked to the diner early. Arlo was already there, his silhouette a dark shape against the glowing amber of the prep lights. He was hacking at a side of beef with a rhythmic thud that echoed in the empty street. He didn't look up when I came through the back, but he kicked a plastic crate of potatoes toward me. "Peel," he said. "The mechanical peeler's got a hitch in its giddy-up. Sounds like a rock crusher. Do 'em by hand." I sat on a low stool in the corner of the kitchen, a bucket of cold water between my knees. I took a paring knife from the magnetic strip and picked up the first potato. It was caked in dry, dark earth, the literal soil of the world. I began to shave the skin away in long, curling ribbons. As I worked, I found myself thinking about the engineer from the night before. I wondered if he was out there now, standing on the ridge with his tripod, squinting through a lens at a horizon that refused to stay still. I felt a sharp, sudden urge to go to him, to take his expensive equipment and heave it into the surf. I wanted to tell him that the drift he was measuring wasn't an error in the land. It was the land's way of breathing. You don't measure a lung mid-inhale and call it a permanent coordinate. But I stayed on my stool. I was a dishwasher, a peeler of tubers, a man of the sink. My interventionism had died on the mountain. "You're staring at that spud like it's got the secrets of the universe written on it," Arlo said, wiping his bloody hands on his apron. "Just thinking about the dirt," I said. "How much of it there is." Arlo snorted. "Too much, or not enough, depending on who you ask. My old man used to say the world is just a big ball of mud trying to turn back into dust. We're just the fleas riding it." He sounded like a cheerful guy. He was a realist. He farmed. You spend 40 years watching the sky ruin your bank account, you stop believing in the great plan. You just believe in the next harvest. I liked that, the next harvest. It was a finite goal, a repeatable cycle. It lacked the terrifying permanence of the map. The lunch rush was a blur of grease and steam. The diner filled with loggers, their flannel shirts smelling of sawdust and pine resin, and tourists who looked lost and slightly unnerved by the lack of cell service. I moved through the kitchen like a ghost in the machinery, my hands working independently of my mind. I was getting good at the 1,000-yard stare of the service industry, looking through the chaos rather than at it. But then around 2 o'clock, the door jingled. I was at the pass-through, sliding a tray of clean mugs onto the shelf when I saw her. She was sitting in the corner booth, the one where the light from the window was filtered through a dusty Venetian blind. She wasn't a local, and she didn't look like a tourist. She wore a dark, structured coat that looked too heavy for the season, and her hair was pulled back in a tight, severe bun. She wasn't looking at a menu, she was looking at me. I pulled back into the shadows of the kitchen, my heart hammering against my ribs. It was a different kind of fear than the one the auditor inspired. This was the fear of being recognized, not as David the surveyor, but as David the fugitive. "Arlo," I whispered, beckoning him over. "The woman in the corner booth, you know her." Arlo looked through the window, squinting. "Never seen her. Looks like she's waiting for a funeral." "Why?" "Just she's staring." "Lots of people stare, David. You're a handsome devil in a rubber apron. Get back to the pots." I tried to ignore her. I focused on a blackened stock pot that had a layer of burnt chili stuck to the bottom. I scrubbed until my forearms burned. But every time I glanced toward the dining room, she was still there. She hadn't ordered. She hadn't moved. She was a fixed point in a moving room. Finally, the diner cleared out. The loggers went back to the woods, and the tourists wandered toward the gift shops. Arlo went into the walk-in freezer to count the eggs. I was alone in the kitchen. The woman stood up and walked toward the counter. She didn't stop at the stools. She walked right up to the swinging door of the kitchen. "David," she said. Her voice was low, melodic, and carried the precise cadence of someone who was used to being heard. I didn't answer. I kept my back to her, rinsing a stack of plates. "The auditor is very disappointed," she continued. "He doesn't like losing assets, especially assets with your specific sensitivities." I turned slowly, the sprayer still dripping in my hand. "I don't know who you're talking about. My name is David. I wash dishes." She smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes. Her eyes were a flat, matte gray, like the slate of a chalkboard. "You can call yourself whatever you like. You can scrub every pot in this town until the metal wears thin, but you can't scrub away the fact that you've seen the scene." "I haven't seen anything," I lied. "I had a breakdown. I got lost in the woods. Now I'm just trying to live a quiet life." "A quiet life," she repeated, her tone mocking. "In a town that isn't on the official census. In a diner that serves food to people who don't always have shadows. You think you've escaped the map, David, but you haven't. You've just found a place where the ink is still wet." I looked at her shadow. It was there, but it was wrong. It didn't follow the contours of the floor. It stayed perfectly flat, a two-dimensional silhouette that seemed to be projected from a different light source entirely. "Who are you?" I asked. "I'm the correction," she said. "The auditor deals in the macro, the borders, the elevations, the big pictures. I deal in the micro, the discrepancies that try to go off-grid, the ones that think they can just stop being part of the account." She reached into her coat and pulled out a small, leather-bound notebook. She flipped through the pages, her fingers moving with terrifying speed. "David Miller, former senior surveyor. Last seen near the 45th parallel. Subject experienced a Class 4 spatial anomaly and failed to report for debriefing. Subject is currently attempting to occupy a non-existent coordinate." "I exist," I said, my voice cracking. "I'm right here, touch the steam, smell the grease, I'm real." "Real is a relative term," she said. She stepped closer, the swinging door creaking on its hinges. "This town is a pocket, David, a bubble of unmapped space that the auditor hasn't gotten around to popping yet. You're not living, you're just hiding in a rounding error." "I like the rounding error," I snapped. "It's better than the office, it's better than the White Halls." "The auditor wants his data back," she said, ignoring my outburst. "You carry a piece of it with you, the memory of the high ridge, the voice you heard in the flicker. That information belongs to the Bureau. It doesn't belong to a dishwasher in a fishing village." I felt a surge of anger, a hot, bright flame that burned away the fear. He can't have it. It's not data. It's what happened to me. It's my life. It's a discrepancy, she corrected, and discrepancies must be accounted for. She reached out a hand, her fingers long and pale. I stepped back, my heel catching on the drain in the floor. "Leave him alone, lady." Arlo was standing by the walk-in, a crate of eggs in his arms. His face was set in a hard, grim line. He didn't look like a cook anymore. He looked like a man who had defended his territory many times before. The woman turned her gray eyes on him. "This doesn't concern you, Arlo. This is a matter of administrative balance." "Everything in this kitchen concerns me," Arlo said. He set the eggs down with surprising gentleness. "And David's on the clock. You want to talk to him, you wait until midnight. Or better yet, you get in your car and you drive until the road ends and then you keep walking." The woman narrowed her eyes. "You're protecting a phantom old man. You know what happens to towns that harbor discrepancies. The map catches up eventually. The surveyors come. The bulldozers follow." "Let them come," Arlo said. "We've been through urban renewal and highway expansion and coastal erosion. We're still here. This town's got deep roots, deep enough to trip up any bureaucrat who tries to walk over us." The woman looked back at me. For a second, her face shifted. The skin seemed to ripple like water, revealing a glimpse of something white and hollow underneath. "He's a flicker, Arlo. He's a candle in a windstorm. He won't last." "He's lasting just fine," Arlo said. "Now, are you going to order the chowder or are you going to leave?" The woman stared at us both for a long, silent minute. The air in the kitchen grew cold, and the steam from the sink seemed to freeze in midair, forming delicate, crystalline patterns. Then, she snapped her notebook shut. "The auditor is patient," she said, "but the territory is expanding. You can't hide in the steam forever, David. Eventually, the water runs cold." She turned and walked out of the diner. The bell above the door didn't jingle when she left. It stayed silent, as if she hadn't been there at all. I slumped against the sink, my legs shaking. Arlo walked over and put a heavy hand on my shoulder. His palm was warm, and it smelled of raw onions. "You okay, kid?" I think so. Who was she, Arlo? How did she find me?" "She's one of the accountants," Arlo said, his voice low. "They come through every now and then, looking for the things that don't add up. They're like the tide. They try to pull everything back into the big, flat ocean of the known." "She said this town doesn't exist," I whispered. Arlo laughed, a deep, rumbling sound. "Of course it doesn't, not to people like her. If it's not on their little GPS screens, it's not real. But you feel that floor under your feet. You smell that grease. That's more real than anything in her notebook." She said they'd come for me again. "Probably, but not today. Today, we've got 40 pounds of potatoes to mash for the dinner rush, and the dishwasher's leaking. You want to be real, David. Go fix that leak." I looked at Arlo and I saw a flicker of something in his eyes, a recognition. He wasn't just a cook. He was a survivor of a different sort of map. Maybe he had been a surveyor once, or a sailor, or a man who had seen a different kind of white void. It didn't matter. He was here now. I went back to the sink. I found the leak, a loose coupling in the drainage pipe. I didn't need a laser or a scale to fix it. I just needed a wrench and a bit of muscle. I felt the resistance of the metal, the grit of the threads, the final, satisfying click as the seal held. The rest of the day passed in a strange, heightened state of awareness. Every sound was sharper, every smell more intense. I felt like a man who had just narrowly avoided an avalanche and was now savoring the simple act of breathing. But as the sun began to set, casting long, bruised shadows across the kitchen floor, I felt the old tug of the ridge. The correction had been right about one thing. I couldn't just hide. The discrepancy wasn't behind me, it was inside me. I was a carrier of the glitch. When my shift ended at midnight, I didn't go back to the motel. I walked out to the edge of town, where the pavement gave way to a dirt track that led up toward the northern headlands. The moon was high and bright, a cold, unblinking eye in the sky. I walked until I reached the ridge where the engineer had been working. I could see the marks of his tripod in the soft earth, the orange flagging tape fluttering in the wind like the wings of trapped birds. I stood at the edge of the cliff, looking down at the churning white foam of the Pacific. The wind was howling, a wild, chaotic sound that seemed to be trying to tear the words out of my head. "I'm here," I shouted into the dark. There was no answer, only the roar of the ocean and the whistle of the wind through the stunted pines. "I'm here and I'm not a number," I screamed, my voice cracking with the effort. "I'm not a coordinate, I'm David. I wash dishes, I fix leaks. I'm a man in time." I waited, half expecting the auditor to appear, or for the map man to step out of the shadows with his glowing chain. I expected the world to flicker, for the crystalline lines to appear in the air and the voice to whisper my name. But nothing happened. The world stayed solid. The ridge didn't shift. The ocean didn't vanish into a white void. I realized then that the woman, the correction, had been trying to bait me. She wanted me to believe that I was still part of their world, that I was an asset that could be reclaimed. She wanted me to doubt the friction of my new life. But standing there on the ridge, with the salt spray on my face and the cold wind in my lungs, I knew the truth. The map can only claim what it can measure, and it can't measure the weight of a man's soul when he finally decides to stop counting. It can't map the distance between who I was and who I am now, because that distance doesn't exist in space. It exists in the heart. I picked up a piece of the orange flagging tape the engineer had left behind. It was bright, artificial, a plastic scream against the muted colors of the coast. I untied it from the bush and let the wind take it. I watched it dance away, a tiny spark of orange disappearing into the vast, dark maw of the night. I turned and walked back down the hill, toward the lights of Oakhaven. I thought about the auditor, sitting in his white room, staring at a screen where a little blue dot had gone dark. He would keep looking. He would send more corrections, more engineers, more surveyors. They would poke and prod at the edges of the world, trying to find the hole I had crawled through. But they would never find me, because I wasn't in a hole, I was in the world. I arrived back at the motel and sat on the porch for a while, watching the massed lights of the fishing boats. They were moving in a way that no map could ever truly capture, bobbing, swaying, drifting with the currents and the whims of the sea. I realized that the discrepancy wasn't a flaw in the universe. It was the universe's way of staying alive. It was the margin of error that allowed for growth, for change, for the unexpected. A perfectly mapped world would be a dead world, a frozen snapshot of a moment that had already passed. I was the inch that didn't fit. I was the second that couldn't be accounted for. And as I sat there, listening to the quiet, beautiful sound of a world that refused to be measured, I felt a deep, abiding peace. I went inside and lay down. I didn't look at the clock. I didn't think about the schedule for tomorrow. I just closed my eyes and let the darkness take me. In my sleep, I didn't dream of chains or white halls. I dreamed of water, clear, cold water washing over a bed of stones. Each stone was different, different shapes, different colors, different textures. They weren't arranged in a grid. They weren't numbered, they just were. And as the water moved over them, it sang. It wasn't a song with words, and it wasn't a song with a melody. It was just the sound of movement, the sound of life. I was one of the stones, and I was the water, and I was the song. I woke up the next morning to the sound of a seagull crying outside my window. The light was pale and soft, the color of a pearl. I got up, put on my worn flannel shirt, and headed toward the diner. The bell jingled when I walked in. Arlo was at the counter drinking a cup of coffee. He looked up and nodded. "You're late," he said. "The wind was against me," I said. "Excuses," Arlo grunted, but he handed me a mug of coffee. "The grease trap's backed up. It's going to be a messy one." I took a sip of the coffee. It was hot, bitter, and perfect. "I can handle it," I said. "I'm very good at making things clean." I walked into the kitchen, put on my heavy rubber apron, and turned on the water. The steam rose up around me, a warm, moist cloud. I picked up a scrub brush and a blackened pot. I started to work. The rhythm was simple. The goal was clear. There was no discrepancy to account for. There was no scale to maintain. There was only the heat of the water, the grit of the soap, and the slow, steady progress of the work. And in the back of a small diner at the edge of the world, a man who used to be a surveyor washed the day's grime off the iron, listening to the quiet, beautiful sound of a world that refused to be measured. I was David, I was a dishwasher, I was a man in time. And I was exactly where I was supposed to be. The peace lasted exactly 4 days. It was a fragile, crystalline sort of peace, the kind that feels like holding a breath you know you eventually have to let go. I leaned into the labor. I let the mundane details of the diner become my entire universe. I memorized the specific wobble of the third stool from the left, the way the pilot light on the grill hissed a low B-flat, and the exact moment the morning fog would begin to retreat from the grease-stained windows. Arlo didn't ask about the woman. He didn't ask why I'd come back from the ridge with salt-crusted boots and eyes that looked like they'd seen the underside of the sky. He just pushed a plate of hash browns toward me and told me to watch the temperature on the refrigerator. He was a master of the unspoken, a man who understood that in Oakhaven, the things you didn't say were often the only things keeping the walls standing. On the 5th day, the rhythm broke. It started with the radio. Arlo kept an old Zenith on top of the refrigerator, usually tuned to a station out of Coos Bay that played a steady stream of classic rock and weather reports. At 10:15 a.m., right as the mid-morning lull hit, the music didn't just stop, it dissolved. It didn't fade into static, it stretched. A guitar riff from a Fleetwood Mac song pulled out like taffy, the notes lowering in pitch until they were a subterranean groan, and then the sound flattened into a single, piercing hum. Arlo reached up and whacked the side of the plastic casing. Damn thing's finally given up the ghost. But I knew that hum. It was the sound of a frequency being calibrated. It was the sound of a needle searching for a groove in a record that hadn't been pressed yet. I looked at the sink. The water draining from the pre-rinse station wasn't spiraling. It was falling in perfectly vertical, unmoving pillars, hitting the basin without a splash. The bubbles of soap stayed fixed in the air, suspended in a gravity that had suddenly lost interest in them. "Arlo," I said, my voice sounding thin and metallic in my own ears. "I see it, David," he muttered. He wasn't looking at the radio anymore. He was looking at his own hands. They were translucent. Through his skin, I could see the outlines of the cupboards behind him, blurred and gray. "They're tightening the net." "The correction." "No," Arlo said, his voice heavy with a sudden, weary age. "This is a full audit. They aren't just looking for you anymore. They're re-indexing the whole zip code. We've stayed off the books too long, and now the ledger's got to balance." The front door didn't jingle this time. It simply ceased to be a door. One moment there was wood and glass. The next, there was a rectangular gap of pure, blinding white. 3 figures stepped through. They didn't wear the heavy coats of the correction or the rumpled suits of the auditor. They wore silver-gray coveralls that seemed to absorb the light of the room. They carried instruments that looked like a cross between a surveyor's transit and a surgical laser. They didn't look at us. They began to move through the diner with the methodical grace of reapers in a wheat field. One of them stopped at the counter. He raised a device and clicked it at a slice of cherry pie sitting under a glass dome. The pie vanished. Not just the physical object, but the very memory of the scent of cinnamon and sugar seemed to yank out of the air. Dereferencing, the figure said. His voice wasn't a voice. It was a burst of data, a sequence of binary pulses that my brain translated into English through sheer, terrified instinct. "Leave the pie alone," Arlo growled. He stepped forward, his translucent fist balled up. "This is a place of business. You got no right." The figure turned. Where a face should have been, there was a smooth, reflective surface. I saw my own reflection in it, haggard, wild-eyed, clutching a damp dish towel like a weapon. Coordinate 43.12 minus 124.41 is an unauthorized protrusion, the figure stated. The local reality has exceeded its allocated variance. We are here to trim the excess. "I'm the excess," I shouted, stepping out from behind the pass-through. "You want me? Take me back to the White Halls. Leave the town alone. Leave Arlo out of it." The three figures paused. They tilted their heads in unison, a synchronized movement that made my stomach churn. "Subject 704, the lead figure said. "You are a secondary concern. The primary objective is the closure of the pocket. The discrepancy has grown too large. It is attracting unwanted attention from the unmapped sectors." "You're erasing it," I said, the horror dawning on me. "You're not just mapping it, you're deleting it." "Correction is a form of creation," the figure replied. "By removing the error, we preserve the integrity of the whole." They went back to work. One of them began clicking the booths. The red vinyl seats flickered and died, leaving behind only the cold, concrete floor, which then, in turn, began to dissolve into a gray, featureless mist. The walls were peeling away, not like wallpaper, but like skin, revealing the raw, white void underneath. Arlo looked at me. He was fading fast now. His legs were already gone, his torso hovering over a floor that was no longer there. "David," he said, his voice echoing as if from the bottom of a well. "The candle. Do you remember the candle?" "I hear the voice, Arlo. I hear it all the time." "Then use it," he yelled. "Don't just listen to the flicker. Be the flame. They can't map a fire that won't stop burning." One of the figures moved toward Arlo, the laser transit humming with a hungry, high-pitched whine. "No," I lunged forward. I didn't have a weapon, but I had the dish towel. It was heavy, sodden with the greasy, gray water of the real world. I swung it with everything I had, snapping it against the reflective face of the lead auditor. The impact shouldn't have done anything. In a world of data and light, a wet rag is a joke, but the towel was real. It was covered in the filth of honest work, the residue of the next harvest, the grease of 1,000 meals served to men with shadows. The reflective face cracked. A sound like breaking glass echoed through the dissolving diner. The figure stumbled back, a jagged line of black void appearing across its visor. The white light of the room flickered, turning a sickly, bruised purple. "Anomaly," the figure hissed. "Subject is introducing uncalibrated matter. Purge the sector." The other two figures turned their instruments toward me. I felt a coldness start at my toes, a numbness that felt like my very atoms were being unzipped. I looked down and saw my feet beginning to blur into the gray mist. "Arlo, help me." But Arlo was gone. Where he had stood, there was only a lingering scent of raw onions and a faint, golden glow that refused to be extinguished. I closed my eyes. I stopped fighting the cold. I stopped trying to be David the fugitive or David the dishwasher. I reached deep into that place in my mind where the map lived, the place where the white halls and the glowing chains were stored. I didn't try to push them away. I pulled them in. I felt the high ridge. I felt the wind that tried to tear the words out of my head. I felt the voice in the flicker. "You are the measure, asterisk," the voice whispered, "not the measured." I opened my eyes. The gray coveralls were closing in, their instruments glowing with a lethal, erasing light. "I am the measure," I whispered. I didn't run, I didn't hide. I reached out and grabbed the air in front of me. To the auditors, it was empty space. To me, it was a scene. I felt the texture of the reality they were trying to impose, smooth, cold, and utterly thin. I gripped it like a piece of parchment and tore. The sound was deafening. It wasn't a physical sound. It was the sound of a billion calculations failing at once. The white void didn't just break, it bled. Colors that don't exist in the visible spectrum flooded the diner. I saw the history of Oakhaven, the shipwrecks, the births, the funerals, the smell of the pine trees before the first saw hit them. I saw the shadows of everyone who had ever sat in those booths, their laughter and their sorrows forming a dense, unbreakable web of happening. The auditors screamed, a digital, discordant screech. They couldn't process the density. Their systems were built for the vacuum of the map, for the clean lines of the senses. They couldn't handle the messy, overlapping, unquantifiable weight of a town that had lived outside the lines for 100 years. They began to disintegrate, not into mist, but into blocks of static, their forms flickering like a broken television screen before finally popping out of existence. The white light receded. The void pulled back, hissing like a retreating tide. I fell to my knees. My hands were shaking and my vision was blurred with tears. I gasped for air, expecting the cold vacuum of the non-existent coordinate, but instead I smelled smoke. I opened my eyes. I was on the floor of the diner. The walls were back, but they were scorched. The booths were there, but the vinyl was melted and blackened. The Zenith radio was a puddle of melted plastic on top of the refrigerator. The front door was a jagged hole in the wall. Outside, the fog was thick and gray, but it was real fog. I could hear the distant, rhythmic thud of the surf against the cliffs. "Arlo," I croaked. There was no answer. I crawled over to where he had been standing. The floor was charred in the shape of 2 feet. On the counter, right where he'd set his coffee, was a single, uncracked egg. It was warm to the touch. I stood up, my legs feeling like lead. The diner was a ruin, the town. I didn't know about the town. I walked to the door and looked out. Oakhaven was still there, but it was different. The edges of the building seemed to vibrate, as if they were being seen through a heat haze. The streetlights were flickering in a rhythmic pattern that felt like a heartbeat. People were coming out of their houses, looking at the sky with expressions of dazed wonder. They weren't erased, but they were changed. They looked more solid, more vibrant, their shadows long and deep even in the midday fog. I walked down the middle of the street. Nobody spoke to me. They didn't have to. We all felt it. The weight of the map had been lifted, but the price had been the world we knew. We were no longer a hidden pocket. We were something else entirely, a sovereign territory of the unmapped. I reached the edge of the docks. The fishing boats were swaying violently, though the water was calm. I saw the old man who sold bait sitting on a coil of rope. He looked at me, and for a second his eyes flashed with that same slate gray light the correction woman had. "They won't be back for a while," he said. His voice was raspy like sand on wood. "You broke the pen, son. You spilled the ink all over their nice, clean page." "Is Arlo gone?" I asked. The old man looked out at the sea. "Arlo was always part of the foundation. You can't delete the foundation. He's just integrated. He's in the walls now. He's in the smell of the salt. He's the reason the town is still standing." I sat down on the dock, letting my feet hang over the edge. I looked at my hands. They were solid. They were scarred. They were real. The auditor was still out there. I knew that. Somewhere in a white room, a man was staring at a screen that had just gone completely, irrevocably dark. He would be confused. He would be angry. He would try to find a way to reboot the sector. But he couldn't map what he couldn't see, and Oakhaven was no longer visible to the instruments of the Bureau. We had become a blind spot, a place where the rules of geometry and time were suggestions rather than laws. I reached into my pocket and pulled out a small, smooth stone I'd picked up from the floor of the diner. It was a piece of the reality we'd saved, a fragment of the next harvest. I realized then that the voice in the flicker wasn't an enemy. It wasn't the auditor, and it wasn't the map man. It was the sound of the world trying to remind itself that it existed. It was the friction between what is recorded and what is felt. I was no longer a surveyor. I was no longer a fugitive. I was a witness. I looked back at the town. The lights in the houses were coming on one by one. They weren't the cold, fluorescent lights of the office. They were warm, orange, and flickering. I stood up and started walking back toward the diner. There was a lot of work to do. The grease trap was still backed up, the walls needed scrubbing, and the door needed to be rebuilt. And somewhere in the quiet spaces between the heartbeats of the town, I could hear Arlo's voice, grumbling about the price of eggs and the importance of a good, sharp knife. I smiled. The ink was still wet, the map was torn, and the world was wide, terrifying, and beautifully, wonderfully uncounted. I walked into the ruin of the kitchen, picked up a broom, and began to sweep away the ashes of the old world. The candle flickered, and for the first time in my life, I didn't just hear the voice. I understood it. The broom made a dry, rhythmic rasp against the charred linoleum, a sound that felt anchored and heavy. Every stroke pushed a little more of the gray soot into a pile, a physical manifestation of the static that had almost swallowed us whole. I worked in the dim light, the electricity still surging in fitful, amber pulses through the wires. The diner smelled of ozone and old grease, a scent that shouldn't have been comforting but was, because it meant the sensory world had reclaimed its territory. I found Arlo's favorite mug behind the counter. It was chipped, the ceramic scorched on one side, but it hadn't vanished. I set it down on the scarred wood of the bar. It felt like a headstone for a man who had become the very air I was breathing. "Coffee's going to be late, Arlo," I whispered to the empty room. The silence that followed wasn't the dead, hollow silence of the white halls. It was a thick, expectant silence, filled with the creak of the building settling and the distant, rhythmic groan of the pier. I realized then that the audit hadn't just been an attack, it had been a divorce. Oakhaven had been severed from the ledger of the world. We were a floating island of probability now, drifting in a sea of unmapped static. I walked to the window. The glass was gone, blown outward by the pressure of the reality tier, leaving only jagged teeth in the frame. Outside, the fog was beginning to glow. It wasn't the sun. The sun was a distant, pale coin that seemed to have lost its authority over the day. The glow came from the ground up, a soft, bioluminescent pulse emanating from the cracks in the pavement and the moss on the trees. Movement caught my eye. A figure was walking up the center of the road, moving with a strange, hitching gait. My heart hammered against my ribs, the rhythm of a man who spent too long being hunted. I reached for a heavy iron skillet, my fingers curling around the cold handle. The figure stopped just outside the shattered door. It was the woman from the ridge. She looked worse than she had in the rain. Her yellow slicker was shredded, hanging in ribbons over a sweater that seemed to be woven from different shades of shadow. Her face was pale, her eyes wide and rimmed with a bruised violet color. She didn't look like a hunter anymore. She looked like a refugee from a war that hadn't happened yet. "The border is closed," she said. Her voice didn't have the crystalline sharpness of the Bureau anymore. It was cracked, human, and terrified. "The way back, it's been de-authenticated." I didn't lower the skillet. "You were part of it. You were the one marking the trees." "I was a scout," she said, leaning against the doorframe. She looked down at her hands. They were flickering, the tips of her fingers momentarily turning into strings of glowing code before snapping back into flesh. I was supposed to stabilize the anchor points, but you didn't just resist. You inverted the polarity. You pulled the outside in. I saved the town, I said. You've quarantined it, she countered, looking at me with a desperate sort of intensity. Do you understand what happens to a cell when it's cut off from the body? It either withers or it mutates. Look at the light, David. Look at the sky. I looked up. The clouds were moving in geometric patterns, shifting like a Rubik's Cube of vapor. Hexagons of bruised purple slid over squares of slate gray. The physics of the atmosphere were trying to reorganize themselves without a blueprint. I'll take the mutation over the eraser, I said. Why are you here? If you're looking for a way out, you're talking to the wrong man. I'm just the dishwasher. There is no out anymore, she whispered. She stepped into the diner, her boots crunching on the glass. She didn't look at me, she looked at the spot where Arlo had stood. The bureau. They've cut the line. To them, this sector is a corrupted file. They've walled it off. They're going to let it burn out or starve. She collapsed onto one of the scorched stools. It groaned but held. She put her head in her hands, and for the first time, I saw her as something other than a ghost of the correction. She was a person who had spent her life measuring the world, only to find herself trapped in a place that refused to be measured. My name is Alina, she said into her palms, and I don't want to disappear. I stood there for a long time, the skillet still in my hand. The rage I'd carried, the fear of the white halls and the glowing chains began to ebb, replaced by a weary communal weight. We were both stranded on the same shipwreck. I went to the back, found a cleanish rag, and wet it with the lukewarm water that was still trickling from the tap. I walked over and handed it to her. Clean your face, I said, and then tell me what happens next. If they've walled us off, how long do we have? Alina took the rag, her hand brushing mine. Her skin felt like it was vibrating, a high-frequency hum that made the hair on my arm stand up. Time isn't. It's not a constant here anymore. You felt it, didn't you? The 4 days that felt like a breath. The next hour could last a year, or it could be over before you blink. Without the bureau's clock, we're just drifting in the now. She wiped the soot from her forehead. The townspeople, they'll start to change first. Their memories will become fluid. They'll start remembering things that never happened or forgetting their own names. The next harvest wasn't just a metaphor, David. It was a warning. If we don't find a way to anchor this reality, we'll all just become echoes. How do we anchor it? I asked, sitting on the counter across from her. We need a new surveyor, she said, looking me straight in the eye. Not one who works for them, not one who tries to fit the world into a grid. We need someone who can map the heart of the anomaly, someone who can name the things that are happening so they stay real. I'm done with maps, I said, my voice rising. I spent my life staring through a transit trying to find the truth in a series of numbers. It was a lie. The numbers were just a cage. Then don't use numbers, she said. Use stories, use names, use the sound of the water, whatever you did when you tore that hole. That wasn't math, that was poetry, and it's the only thing keeping the fog from coming inside. I looked at the charred floor. I thought of the stones in the stream, the song of the water, and the way Arlo had looked when he told me to be the flame. He hadn't wanted me to hide in the diner. He had wanted me to be the guardian of the gap. I don't know how, I said. Start with the diner, Alina said. It's the center. It's where you broke the line. If you can make this place real again, it will ripple outward. I looked around the ruin. The smell of smoke was still heavy, but beneath it I could smell the sea. I could smell the damp earth. I reached out and touched the counter. It felt solid. It felt like a beginning. I need supplies, I said, and I need to see the rest of the town. I'll go with you, she said, standing up. She was still shaky, but there was a flicker of the old scout in her eyes. I still have my instruments. They don't work the way they used to, but they can still detect the thin spots. We need to stay away from the thin spots, David. That's where the memory of the Bureau still lingers. We walked out into the street. The town of Oakhaven was a fever dream. The hardware store across the street had grown a second story overnight, but it was made of woven willow branches instead of wood. The post office was covered in a frost that didn't melt, even though the air was humid and warm. I saw a dog running down the sidewalk. It had 3 tails, and as it ran, it left a trail of silver sparks that lingered in the air for seconds before fading. People were gathered in small groups, talking in low, hushed tones. They didn't look scared as much as they looked confused, like they had just woken up from a very long, very complicated dream and couldn't quite remember if they were still in it. "Look," Elena whispered, pointing toward the harbor. The lighthouse, which had been a crumbling ruin for decades, was now a tower of solid light. It didn't have a lamp. The entire structure was glowing with a steady, pulse-like rhythm. It wasn't casting a beam. It was casting a shadow, a long, dark finger that swept across the town, and everywhere it touched, the world seemed to snap back into focus for a heartbeat. "That's Arlo," I said, the realization hitting me like a physical blow. "He's the lighthouse now." "He's the pulse," Elena agreed. "He's the one keeping the time, but he can't do it alone. The light is fading, David. Every time the shadow passes, it gets a little bit lighter, a little bit thinner." We walked toward the harbor, our shadows stretching and shrinking in the rhythm of Arlo's light. As we passed the bait shop, the old man I'd spoken to earlier was still sitting on his coil of rope. He was carving something out of a piece of driftwood. "Still here, son?" he asked, not looking up. "Still here," I said. "What are you making?" He held up the wood. It was a bird, but its wings were shaped like human hands. "I'm making a witness," he said. "Something to see the things we can't. You're the one who did it, aren't you? You're the one who let the tide in." "I didn't have a choice," I said. "Choice is a luxury of the mapped," the old man chuckled. "Out here, there's only the current. You better learn to swim, surveyor. The water's getting deep." We reached the edge of the pier. The ocean was no longer blue or gray. It was a shifting kaleidoscope of oil-slick colors, the waves moving in a way that defied the wind. Far out on the horizon, I could see a wall of pure, blinding white, the edge of the quarantine. It looked like a cliff made of nothingness, a vertical desert that circled the world. "That's the Bureau's wall," Elena said. "They call it the null margin. Nothing goes in, nothing comes out, not even light." I looked at the wall, and for a moment I felt the old pull, the desire to go back to the order, to the safety of the grid. Even the white halls felt better than this chaotic, melting reality. At least in the halls, I knew who I was. I was Subject 704. I was a data point. Here, I was a man who might wake up tomorrow with wings instead of arms, or a man who might simply dissolve into the fog. But then I felt the stone in my pocket. I felt the warmth of the egg Arlo had left behind. I felt the grit of the soot under my fingernails. This was mine. This chaos, this terrifying beauty, this unwritten future, it belonged to us. We weren't subjects anymore. We were the authors. "We need to go to the ridge," I said, "the place where I first saw the flicker." "Why?" Elena asked. "Because that's where the voice is loudest," I said. "If we're going to map this place, we need to start at the source. We need to hear what the world is trying to say." As we turned to head back through the town, a sound echoed from the direction of the null margin. It wasn't a roar or a crash. It was a click. A massive, world-shaking click, like the sound of a camera shutter the size of a mountain. The sky flickered. For a split second, the geometric clouds vanished, replaced by a black screen with a single line of white text. "Critical error. Sector 43.12 unresponsive." initiating hard reset. The text vanished and the world returned, but the light from the lighthouse had dimmed significantly. The ground beneath our feet shivered. "They're not just leaving us to rot," Elena said, her voice trembling. "They're trying to format the drive. They're going to wipe the whole sector." "How long?" I asked, grabbing her arm. "I don't know," she cried. "But the reset is a physical wave. When it hits, everything that isn't anchored will be zeroed out." I looked toward the ridge. It was a long climb, and the world was already starting to fray at the edges. The trees were beginning to turn into wireframe models, their leaves flickering like dying pixels. "We have to get to the ridge," I said. "Now." We started to run. We ran through a town that was literally falling apart. The street turned into a series of floating platforms. The houses became translucent shells. People were screaming, their voices sounding like distorted radio signals. I saw the old man from the bait shop. He wasn't running. He was sitting on his rope, calmly carving his wooden bird, even as his legs began to dissolve into gray static. He looked at me and winked. "Don't forget the melody, son," he shouted over the rising hum of the reset. We hit the trailhead. The forest was a nightmare of shifting proportions. One step would take us 100 yards. The next would feel like treading through thick molasses. The air was getting thin, tasting of ozone and burnt plastic. Elena stumbled, her form flickering violently. I can't stay synced," she gasped. "My frequency is still tied to the bureau, the reset. It's pulling me back." "No," I grabbed her, pulling her upright. I didn't just hold her, I tried to name her. I focused on the weight of her coat, the smell of her sweat, the way her eyes looked in the dimming light. I forced my reality onto her, using my own sense of self as an anchor. "You're Elena. You're here. You're real. You're not a scout. You're a person." The flickering slowed. She gripped my hand, her fingers solidifying. "Thank you," she breathed. We pushed on. The ridge was ahead, a jagged silhouette against the flickering, text-filled sky. The hard reset was visible now, a wall of blackness moving across the ocean, moving faster than any storm, erasing the waves and the light as it came. It was the end of the world, coming at us at 60 frames per second. We reached the summit just as the black wave hit the docks. I saw the lighthouse. I saw Arlo give one final, brilliant burst of gold before the blackness swallowed it. "The candle," I yelled, more to the universe than to Elena. "Where is the candle?" The voice didn't come from the air this time. It came from inside me. "The candle is the witness," it whispered, "and the witness is the flame." I stood at the very edge of the cliff, looking down into the approaching void. I didn't feel fear. I felt a strange, cold clarity. I was a surveyor. I knew how to measure things. And I knew that you couldn't measure a void. You could only fill it. I reached out my hands. I didn't try to tear the reality this time. I tried to sing it. I thought of the diner. I thought of the smell of the coffee and the sound of the greased trap. I thought of the way the stones felt under the water. I thought of every person in Oakhaven, every story, every secret, every unmapped inch of their lives. I took all of it, the mess, the filth, the beauty, the error, and I threw it at the blackness. "I am David," I screamed into the void, "and this is OAKHAVN." The black wave hit us. For a moment, there was nothing. No light, no sound, no sensation. I was a single point of consciousness in a sea of zero. I felt the bureau trying to re-index me, trying to find the file that was David and delete the corruption. But the corruption was too deep. I had woven the town into my own soul, and I had woven myself into the town. To delete me, they would have to delete the very concept of the next harvest. They would have to admit that there was something they couldn't count. And in that moment of hesitation, I felt the flicker. It was small, a tiny orange spark in the middle of the black. It wasn't a candle, it was a heartbeat. I moved toward it. I reached out and cupped it in my hands. "Stay," I whispered. The spark flared. It grew, turning from orange to gold to a blinding, brilliant white. It pushed back against the blackness, not with force, but with being. It was the sound of a seagull crying. It was the smell of a pearl-colored morning. It was the feeling of a heavy rubber apron and the heat of the dishwater. The blackness shattered. I woke up on the ridge. The sun was rising. It was a normal sun, round, yellow, and warm. The sky was blue, clear of text and geometric shapes. The fog was gone, leaving the coastline sharp and vivid. I looked down at the town. Oakhaven was there. It didn't look like a ruin and it didn't look like a dream. It looked like a town. The houses were solid, the streets were paved, and I could see the smoke rising from the chimney of the diner. I looked beside me. Alina was there, curled in a ball on the grass. She was breathing deeply, her skin solid and still. She looked like she was sleeping for the first time in years. I stood up, my joints aching. I felt different. I felt heavy, as if I were made of lead and stone, but it was a good weight. It was the weight of a man who had a place in the world. I walked to the edge of the cliff and looked out at the ocean. The null margin was gone. The horizon was a perfect, unbroken line. But as I watched, I saw something strange. Far out at sea, a single white boat was bobbing in the water. It wasn't a fishing boat. It was a sleek, modern vessel, the kind the Bureau used for coastal surveys. I watched it for a long time. It didn't move toward the shore. It just sat there as if it were waiting for something. I reached into my pocket and pulled out the stone. It was no longer glowing. It was just a stone. But when I held it to my ear, I could still hear the faint, distant sound of the water singing over the pebbles. The Bureau hadn't won, but they hadn't given up either. They had simply moved the line. We were no longer in the quarantine. We were in the unknown. We were the part of the map that said here be monsters. I turned and started the walk down the hill. I had a diner to open. I had a friend to remember. And I had a story to tell to a woman who had forgotten what it was like to be real. The candle had flickered. The voice had spoken. And for the first time, the world was exactly the size it was supposed to be. Unmeasured, uncounted, and mine. The descent from the ridge took longer than the climb, but the air felt thick with a new kind of gravity. Not the oppressive, artificial weight of the Bureau's surveillance, but the honest pull of earth and stone. Alina woke as the first true rays of the sun hit the mossy embankment where she lay. She didn't scream or flicker. She simply opened her eyes, squinted at the brightness, and touched the grass with a look of profound, childlike suspicion. "It's cold," she whispered, her voice rasping. "The dew, I can feel the temperature of it." "That's because it's water, Alina, not data," I said, offering her a hand. She took it and her grip was firm. The high-frequency hum that had defined her existence, that vibration of a soul being constantly recalibrated by a distant server, was gone. She was just a woman in a torn scout's uniform, standing on a hill in the morning light. We walked together in silence, watching the town of Oakhaven resolve itself from the mist. It wasn't the town I remembered from my first day as a dishwasher, nor was it the shifting hallucination it had been during the breach. It was something sturdier, something seasoned. The buildings looked as though they had weathered centuries of salt and wind in the span of a single night. When we reached the main street, the silence was broken by the sound of a hammer. The old man from the bait shop was standing on a ladder outside his storefront, nailing a piece of driftwood above the door. It was the bird he had been carving, the one with human hands for wings. He looked down as we approached, his face a map of deep-set wrinkles that seemed to hold the history of the tides. "Morning, surveyor," he called out. He didn't look surprised to see us alive. In Oakhaven, survival was becoming a habit rather than a miracle. "Is it?" I asked, stopping at the base of his ladder. "The morning, I mean." He spat a bit of tobacco juice into the gutter. Sun's up, tide's coming in. Gulls are screaming for guts. Seems like a morning to me. Though the coffee at your place is going to taste like wood smoke for a month, I reckon. I looked toward the diner. The structure was upright, but the scars of the fire and the reality warp were etched into its siding. The neon sign that used to buzz "Eat" was shattered, but the door was hanging straight on its hinges. "The boat out there," I said, gesturing toward the horizon where the white vessel sat like a ghost on the water. "Do you see it?" The old man shielded his eyes, looking out past the pier. He remained silent for a long time. "I see a shimmer," he said finally, "like heat rising off a road in August. But there ain't no boat there, son. Just the place where the world ends and the dreaming begins. If you see a boat, that's your business. Just don't go waving at it." He went back to his hammering. Alina shivered beside me. "He can't see them," she whispered. "The frequency. He's tuned out, but I can see it. It's a monitoring cutter. Class C, they're recording us, David. They're waiting to see if the infection stabilizes or if we collapse into a vacuum." "Let them watch," I said, though a cold needle of dread pricked at my spine. "They can't cross the line I drew. They're afraid of the now." We reached the diner. The interior was a wreckage of my former life. The scorched stools, the melted menus, the smell of ozone and old grease. I went behind the counter, my boots crunching on the familiar glass. It felt like walking through the ribs of a dead whale. I reached for the coffee pot, the heavy, industrial glass carafe that had survived the reset. I filled it with water from the tap. It came out clear and cold, with no hint of the gray sludge that had heralded the Bureau's arrival. I found a canister of grounds that hadn't been touched by the fire. As the machine began to hiss and drip, the sound felt like a prayer. It was a rhythmic, mechanical heartbeat that anchored the room. Alina sat at the far end of the counter, her eyes fixed on the spot where the floor had once opened into a void. "What do we do now?" she asked. "If we're the authors, what's the first chapter?" "We survive the day," I said, "and we keep the names." I pulled a marker from the drawer, a simple black Sharpie, and walked over to the wall near the kitchen pass-through. I wrote *Arlo in large block letters. Underneath it, I wrote *Alina*. Then, after a moment of hesitation, I wrote *David*. "If we forget who we are, the Bureau fills in the blanks," I said. "Every person who walks through that door today, I'm going to ask them their name. And I'm going to write it down. Not on a spreadsheet, not in a file. Right there on the wall. We're going to build a map made of people." The bell above the door chimed. It was a young woman I recognized from the post office. Her hair was disheveled, and her eyes were wide with a lingering, phantom terror. She looked at the charred walls, then at me, then at the pot of coffee. Is the grill open?" she asked, her voice trembling. "The grill is a bit temperamental today," I said, pouring her a mug of the blackest coffee I'd ever brewed. "But the coffee is hot. Sit down. Tell me your name." "Maya," she said, clutching the mug as if it were the only solid object in the universe. "Maya," I repeated, turning to the wall and writing it next to Alina's name. "Welcome back, Maya. How do you take your eggs?" "Over easy," she whispered. I remember liking them over easy." "Then over easy it is," I said. The morning turned into an afternoon of slow, quiet labor. More people drifted in. They came in ones and twos, drawn by the smell of the coffee or perhaps by the sheer gravity of the diner itself. It had become the thin spot in reverse, a place where reality was thicker, heavier, more stubborn than anywhere else in Oakhaven. I cooked what I could find. Slabs of bacon that had been kept in the cellar, potatoes that were slightly soft but still earthy. I didn't charge anyone. Money felt like a language we had all forgotten how to speak. Instead, they gave me stories. One man told me about the way the trees in his backyard had turned into glass and then back into wood, and how he could still hear the tinkling of the leaves in his dreams. A woman described the sensation of seeing her own childhood through a window in her hallway, a childhood she knew wasn't hers, filled with white halls and silver toys. I listened to all of them. I served the food, I wiped the counter, and I wrote every name on the wall. By 3 in the afternoon, the space behind the counter was a collage of signatures. Alina helped. She didn't talk much, but she watched the people with a clinical intensity that slowly softened into empathy. She was learning how to be a neighbor instead of an observer. At one point, she leaned over the counter and whispered to me, "The ship is moving." I looked out the window. The white boat on the horizon had turned. It was no longer broadside to the coast. It was facing us, its bow cutting a small, sharp wake in the oil-slick water. "They're sending a drone," she said, her voice tight. "A recalibration unit. They're going to try to ping the sector. If they get a return signal, they can re-establish the grid." "How do we stop a ping?" I asked, my hand tightening on the spatula. "We don't," she said. "We just have to make sure the signal they get back isn't the one they're looking for. They want a 1 or a 0. They want a yes or a no. We have to give them a maybe." I looked at the wall of names. I looked at Maya, who was laughing quietly with the man next to her about a dog they both remembered, a dog that might never have existed. "I have an idea," I said. I went to the back and found the old battery-operated radio Arlo used to keep on the shelf. It was a relic, a hunk of plastic and copper wire that shouldn't have worked after the reset. I brought it out to the counter and turned the dial. Static, pure white noise. "Alina," I said, "you know the Bureau's frequency. Can you tune this?" She looked at the radio, then at me. "David, this is a consumer-grade receiver. It doesn't have the range." "It doesn't need the range," I said. "It just needs to be the voice. If they're listening for a signal, let's give them something to listen to." I handed her the radio. She took it, her fingers hovering over the dial. She closed her eyes, and for a second, that old flicker returned to her eyes not as a glitch, but as a tool. She began to hum, a low, resonant tone that seemed to vibrate in sympathy with the radio's circuitry. She turned the dial with microscopic precision. The static changed. It didn't become clear, it became rhythmic. It sounded like the ocean. It sounded like the wind through the Willow Branch hardware store. "I have it," she whispered. "It's a carrier wave. They're broadcasting a null signal waiting for an echo." I leaned over the radio. I didn't know what I was doing, but I knew what I felt. I felt the weight of the stone in my pocket. I felt the heat of the diner. I felt the names on the wall. "Speak into it," I told the people at the counter. "Don't say anything important, just talk. Tell a joke. Recite a poem, talk about the weather, just fill the air." Maya looked up confused. "Into the radio." "Into the world," I said. One by one, they began to speak. It started as a murmur, a chaotic jumble of voices. Maya talked about her grandmother's garden. The old man from the bait shop, who had wandered in for a cup of water, started reciting the names of different types of knots. A young boy talked about a dream he had where he could fly by holding his breath. The radio began to glow, not with the cold blue light of the correction, but with a warm amber pulse. The static began to harmonize with the voices. Out on the water, the white boat suddenly veered. It lurched to the side as if hit by a rogue wave, though the sea was calm. I saw a small, silver object, the drone, fall from its deck and splash into the water, sinking instantly. "The signal," Alina gasped, her eyes wide. "It's too complex. They can't index it. It's noise to them, beautiful, unquantifiable noise." The boat stayed in its lurching position for several minutes. Then slowly it began to retreat. It didn't turn around. It simply backed away, shrinking into the horizon until it was nothing more than a pinprick of white, and then, finally, nothing at all. The radio went silent. The amber glow faded. A cheer went up in the diner. A small, tired cheer, but a cheer nonetheless. People went back to their food, their conversations now lighter, more grounded. Alina slumped against the counter, her face pale but triumphant. "They'll be back," she said. "They'll find a way to filter the noise. They'll build a better algorithm." "Let them," I said, pouring her a fresh cup of coffee. "By the time they do, we'll have 1,000 more names on that wall. We'll be a whole library they don't know how to read." I walked to the front door and looked out at Oakhaven. The sun was beginning to set, painting the sky in colors that didn't follow any geometric pattern. There were oranges that bled into greens and purples that looked like the bruised skin of a plum. It was a messy, imperfect sunset. It was gorgeous. I felt a presence beside me. It was Arlo. He wasn't standing there in the flesh, I knew that. He was the lighthouse now, the pulse of the town. But in the lengthening shadows, I could see the outline of a man with a steady hand and a quiet smile. "You did well, David," the voice whispered in the wind. "You kept the light." "I'm just the dishwasher, Arlo," I said softly. "No," the voice replied. "You're the one who stays when the world leaves. That makes you the owner." I reached into my pocket and pulled out the egg-shaped stone. I walked down to the edge of the street, where the pavement met the dirt, and I buried it in the earth. I didn't need it to remind me of the flicker anymore. The flicker was everywhere. It was in the way the shadows moved, in the way the wind smelled of salt, and in the way my own heart beat against my ribs. I went back inside the diner. I picked up a damp rag and began to wipe down the counter, moving around the spots where the wood was charred. "What are you doing?" Alina asked, watching me. "Preparing for the dinner rush," I said. "People are going to be hungry, and I imagine they'll have a lot more stories to tell." She smiled, a real, genuine smile that reached her eyes. She stood up and tucked her hair behind her ear. "I don't know much about cooking," she said, "but I'm very good at keeping track of things. Do you need a waitress?" I looked at the wall of names, then back at her. "I think we could use a surveyor," I said. "Someone to help people find their way to a table." She nodded. "I can do that." As the sky turned to a deep velvet indigo, the first of the evening stars appeared. They didn't blink in a code. They just shone, steady and distant, marking the boundaries of a world that was finally, terrifyingly free. I picked up the skillet and set it on the burner. The blue flame hissed to life, a small, controlled sun in the center of the ruin. I stood there, waiting for the next person to walk through the door, waiting to hear the next name, waiting to see what the now would bring. The candle had flickered, the voice had spoken, and the dishwasher was ready. The bell above the door didn't just ring. It announced the arrival of the night. It was a heavy, brassy sound that seemed to vibrate through the floorboards, shaking the dust from the rafters. The man who walked in was wearing a yellow slicker that dripped onto the linoleum, though it hadn't rained in Oakhaven for what felt like a lifetime. He looked at the wall of names, his eyes tracking the ink as if searching for a debt he owed. "I heard there was hot coffee," he said. His voice was like grinding stones, "and a place that stays still." "Both are true," I said, sliding a mug toward the edge of the counter. "Name." He hesitated, his hand hovering over the ceramic. For a second his face blurred, the features sliding like wax toward a candle, and then he blinked, snapping back into a sharp, weathered focus. "Caleb," he said. "I used to work the docks, before the fog turned into arithmetic." I took the marker and added CALEB to the wall, right below Maya. As the ink dried, the man seemed to settle into his skin. The shivering in his shoulders stopped. He took a sip of the coffee and closed his eyes, a long, shuddering breath escaping him. "The bureau ship," Caleb whispered, leaning in. "It's not gone, surveyor, it's just translucent. I saw it from the pier. It's like a thumbprint on a window pane. You can see through it, but the smudge is still there, distorting the view. Alina looked up from the silverware she was polishing. "They're transitioning to a passive observation phase," she said, her voice regaining that clipped, analytical edge she'd had back in the facility, but now tempered by the warmth of the diner. "They can't interfere directly anymore. The paradox threshold is too high. If they touch us now, they risk collapsing the entire coastal sector into a singularity. So they wait. They watch for a crack in the narrative." "Then we don't give them one," I said. I cracked an egg onto the grill. The sizzle was the loudest thing in the room. It was a defiant sound, a domestic rebellion. As the night deepened, the diner filled. It wasn't just the people of Oakhaven anymore. There were others, strangers who looked like they had walked out of different decades, or perhaps different versions of the same town. A woman in a 1950s nurse's uniform sat next to a teenager in a neon-colored tracksuit. They didn't seem to find each other strange. In the unknown, the linear progression of time was a luxury we had traded for the solidity of the present. I worked the grill until my forearms were splattered with grease and my back was a dull roar of pain. I flipped burgers, toasted buns, and scrambled eggs. I didn't ask for a menu. I just cooked what I had and people ate what they were given. There was a communal silence to the eating, a reverence usually reserved for altars. Every person who entered was asked their name. Every name went on the wall. By midnight, the wall was nearly full. The ink created a dark, jagged forest of identities. It was our shield. As long as the names were there, the Bureau's null signal had nothing to latch onto. We were a crowd of exceptions to their rules. "David," Alina whispered, tugging at my sleeve. She pointed toward the front window. The smudge Caleb had described was changing. The white boat on the horizon wasn't just a shape anymore. It was beginning to pulse. A rhythmic, violet light was emanating from its hull, sweeping across the surface of the dark water like a lighthouse beam looking for a wreck. Each time the light hit the shore, the diner's lights flickered. The conversation in the room died away. Maya dropped her fork. It clattered against the plate with a sound like a gunshot. "They're scanning for the anchor," Alina said, her face pale in the violet strobe. "They know someone is holding the local reality together. They're trying to isolate the source." "The stone is buried," I said, my heart hammering. "I put it in the dirt." "It's not the stone, David," she said, looking at me with a terrifying clarity. "It's you. You're the one who remembers the before and the after. You're the bridge. They're trying to find the frequency of your consciousness so they can reset it." The violet light swept over the diner. This time, the walls didn't just flicker, they groaned. The names on the wall began to vibrate, the ink bleeding upward as if gravity had been reversed. Caleb let out a low moan, his hands clutching his head. "I'm losing the docks," he wheezed. I can't remember the smell of the salt." "Everyone look at the wall," I shouted over the rising hum of the violet beam. "Read the names, say them out loud." I grabbed the counter, my knuckles white. The world began to tilt. The floor felt like it was made of water, and the ceiling was a vast, empty sky filled with scrolling lines of code. I could feel the Bureau's reach, a cold, sterile finger sliding into the back of my mind, looking for the file labeled *David*, looking to hit *delete. "Maya," I yelled, "say your name." "Maya," she screamed, her voice cracking. "Caleb." "Caleb," the man echoed, his voice gaining strength. "Alina." "Alina," she cried, grabbing my hand across the counter. Her touch was an electric shock, a grounding wire that snapped me back into the room. One by one, the people in the diner began to chant the names on the wall. It wasn't a song, it was a roar. A chaotic, beautiful human noise that pushed back against the sterile violet hum. Arlo, Sarah, Thomas, Beatrice, Leo, Claire. The violet light intensified, turning the interior of the diner into a negative photograph. I felt my memories stretching. the image of my mother's face blurring, the sound of my first car's engine fading into static. I was being pulled apart, a man made of paper in a hurricane. "Give it up, David," asterisk, a voice whispered, not Arlo's voice, but a synthesized multitonal projection that seemed to come from the walls themselves. "The unknown is an error. We can give you back the order. We can give you back the piece of the grid." "I don't want your piece," I roared, my eyes burning. "I want the mess, I want the pain, I want the dirt." I reached under the counter and grabbed the heavy cast iron skillet. It was hot, searing my palm, but the pain was a tether. It was real. It was undeniable. I slammed the skillet down onto the grill with everything I had. The sound was a thunderclap. The violet light shattered. It didn't fade. It broke like glass, shards of purple radiance falling to the floor and evaporating before they hit the linoleum. The hum vanished, replaced by a sudden, ringing silence. Outside, the white boat on the horizon flared once, a bright, angry red, and then it was gone. Not retreated, not hidden, gone. The horizon was empty. The smudge had been wiped clean. In the diner, people slumped over their tables, gasping for air. The names on the wall stopped vibrating. The ink settled back into the wood, darker and deeper than before. I stood behind the grill, my hands shaking, the smell of my own singed flesh rising from my palm. I didn't drop the skillet. I held it like a shield. Alina was the first to speak. She reached out and gently took the iron pan from my hand, setting it aside. She took my burned hand in hers, her touch cool and steady. "You broke their lock," she whispered. "You made yourself too loud to be silenced." "Is it over?" Maya asked from the corner, her voice small. "For tonight," I said, looking out at the dark Atlantic. "They know where we are now. They know we aren't just a glitch. We're a colony." I looked at the wall. There was one spot left, a small patch of bare wood near the floor. I picked up the marker, my fingers stiff, and I knelt. I didn't write a name. I drew a small, flickering candle. "We need to keep watch," I said, standing up. "The Bureau won't stop. They'll try to hem us in with new borders. They'll try to rename the ocean. They'll try to tell us that the stars are just dead pixels." "Let them try," Caleb said, standing up and adjusting his slicker. He looked older, but there was a new iron in his gaze. "I remember the docks now, and I remember how to build a fire that can be seen for miles." The patrons began to file out, but they didn't head for their homes in a daze. They moved with purpose. They spoke to one another, making plans, sharing memories like currency. Oak Haven was no longer a town under quarantine. It was a fortress of the specific. Alina and I stayed in the diner as the first hint of a true dawn. A messy, gray-gold smear appeared on the horizon. We sat at the counter, 2 mugs of cold coffee between us. "You realize what we are now, don't you?" she asked, watching the sun climb. "Short order cooks," I suggested. "We're the static in their signal," she said. "We're the part of the world they can't calculate. As long as we stay here, as long as we keep telling the stories, the Bureau can't close the loop. We're the hole in their net." I looked at the charred remains of my diner. It was a wreck, a beautiful, stubborn wreck. I thought of Arlo out there in the wind and the waves, and I thought of the stone buried in the dirt. "I think I'm okay with being a hole," I said. I stood up and walked to the door. I flipped the sign from closed to open asterisk. The plastic was cracked and the string was frayed, but it held. The air that rushed in was cold and smelled of damp earth and rotting seaweed. It was the most wonderful thing I had ever tasted. I stepped out onto the porch and looked down the main street. The old man was still on his ladder, adjusting his wooden bird. Maya was walking toward the post office, her stride long and confident. There was a movement on the ridge, near the spot where I had stood with Arlo. For a second, I saw a figure, a man in a grease-stained apron, waving a slow, rhythmic goodbye. Then the sun hit the ridge and the figure dissolved into the golden light. I went back inside. I had floors to sweep. I had a life to live. And somewhere out past the horizon, the Bureau was recalibrating, searching for a way to bring the darkness back. But as I picked up the broom, I heard a voice. It wasn't in my head, and it wasn't a ghost. It was the sound of the town waking up, the sound of doors opening, of engines turning over, of people calling out to one another by name. The candle was flickering, but the room was full of light. I started to sweep, the rhythmic asterisk swish-swish of the bristles against the floor marking the time. It was a slow process, clearing away the debris of the night, but I wasn't in a hurry. The world was exactly the size it was supposed to be, and for the first time in my life, I had all the time in the world to see it. "David," Alina called from the kitchen. "Yeah, we're out of bacon." I laughed, a sound that felt strange and new in my chest. "Then I guess I'd better go see the butcher. I wonder what his name is." "His name is Miller," she said, appearing in the doorway with a stack of scorched menus. "And he likes his coffee with 2 sugars. I remember now." "Miller," I repeated, feeling the weight of the name. 2 sugars, got it." I walked out into the morning, the sun warm on my face, ready to find the next piece of the map. The Bureau could have their lines and their logic. I had the names, and I had the noise, and I had the flicker of a world that refused to be dimmed. The sea was blue, the grass was green, and the story was just beginning. The bell didn't just chime, it sang. It was a clear, resonant tone that cut through the residual hum of the Bureau's failed intrusion. I stood on the porch for a moment, watching Miller the butcher haul a crate of salt-cured meats toward the diner. He was a barrel-chested man with forearms the color of weathered brick, and as he approached, he gave me a nod that felt like a contract being signed. "Rough night for the electronics," Miller said, setting the crate down with a heavy thud. He wiped sweat from his brow with a stained apron. My Walkman melted right on the nightstand, just a puddle of black plastic and a hiss. "You get hit too." "We survived," I said, looking at the scorched wood of the doorframe. "Coffee S on, Elena's inside." "The new girl," Miller grinned, showing a gap between his front teeth. "Good. This town needs more people who look like they know which way is north. Arlo was a good man, David, but he spent too much time looking at the horizon. You look at the dirt. That's where the roots are." I helped him carry the meat into the kitchen. The smell of the salt and the iron-rich scent of the beef grounded me. It was a sensory anchor, a counter-frequency to the sterile, ozone smell the Bureau had left behind. Elena was already behind the counter, her sleeves rolled up, scrubbing the soot from the pie case with a ferocity that suggested she was trying to erase the very concept of the facility she had escaped. "Miller," she said, not looking up. 2 sugars, cream if we have it, but the refrigeration is cycling weird, so it might be lukewarm." Miller laughed, a deep rumble that shook the mugs on the shelf. "Lukewarm is just fine, darling. Better than the cold I felt coming off the water last night." As I moved back to the grill, I noticed something. The wall of names wasn't static. The ink hadn't just dried, it seemed to be breathing. Where the names overlapped, the wood grain had deepened, creating a texture that felt like Braille. I ran my hand over ARLO and felt a faint warmth, a thrumming vibration like a distant beehive. We weren't just a list anymore. We were a circuit. The morning rush wasn't a rush so much as a migration. People didn't just come for food. They came to check the perimeter of their own existence. Mrs. Gable came in for her dry toast, her eyes darting to the wall to make sure her late husband's name was still there. Young Leo, who usually spent his days throwing rocks at the pier, sat quietly at the counter and drew a picture of a boat with too many masts. "The wind's wrong," Leo muttered, staring at his drawing. "It's blowing from the inside out today." "What does that mean, Leo?" Elena asked, sliding a glass of orange juice toward him. It means the sky is a lid, the boy said matter-of-factly, and someone's trying to pry it open with a fingernail. Alina looked at me, a shadow of her former clinical coldness flickering in her eyes. She knew the boy was right. The Bureau hadn't left. They had simply changed their state of matter. They were no longer a ship on the water. They were the pressure in our ears, the static between radio stations, the slight delay between a flash of lightning and the roar of thunder. "They're testing the tension," she whispered to me as we crossed paths near the coffee urn. "The unknown is a bubble, David. If the internal pressure matches the external vacuum, we stay stable. But if we lose our sense of self, if we stop being noisy, the bubble collapses." "Then we stay loud," I said. I picked up a heavy metal spoon and began to beat a rhythm against a stock pot. It started as a joke, a bit of kitchen percussion to break the tension, but then Miller started tapping his wedding ring against his mug. Mrs. Gable began to hum a hymn that didn't quite have a melody, and Leo started drumming his fingers on the laminate. For a minute, the diner was a cacophony of uncoordinated sound. It was ugly, it was discordant, and it was perfect. Outside, the gray-gold sky seemed to ripple, a shimmer of violet trying to manifest in the air, but the noise pushed it back. The shimmer dissolved into a swarm of ordinary gnats that drifted away toward the marshes. "They hate the unpredictable," Alina said, a small, triumphant smile playing on her lips. "They can't model a heartbeat that skips for joy. They can only model a heartbeat that skips for fear." By noon, the diner was packed. The air was thick with the smell of frying onions and human breath. I was mid-flip on a burger when the bell rang again. This time, the sound didn't sing. It thudded. A man walked in wearing a suit that was too clean for Oakhaven. It was a sharp, charcoal gray, perfectly pressed, and his shoes didn't have a speck of dust on them despite the dirt road outside. He didn't look like a ghost, and he didn't look like a monster. He looked like an insurance adjuster. The room went silent. The clinking of silverware stopped. The man walked to the counter and sat on the only empty stool. He didn't look at the wall of names. He didn't look at the charred wood. He looked straight at me. "I'd like a glass of water," he said. His voice was perfectly modulated, devoid of any regional accent, a voice designed by a committee to be as inoffensive as possible.